might need to share the Duvall com page to the City of Duvall page, because it looks like that we've got, for those listening in the audience, we have a glitch that there's a technical challenge with Facebook where it's sending our meetings live to the Duvall com Facebook. So I'm just asking our filling clerk here, Stephanie, to share it to the City of Duvall page so that people can see it. They can still see it on the Duvall com page, but nobody knows where to go because that's not what it's used for. So we're moving forward with that. And with that, we do have everyone here. So I'd like to call the Tuesday, November 2nd, 2021 Duvall City Council meeting to order at 7:03 p.m. Clerk, will you please take the roll? And you're on mute, Stephanie.
Oh, sorry about that.
No problem.
Councilmember Brudnicki.
Here.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Here.
Councilmember McHenry.
Here.
Councilmember Remington.
Here.
Councilmember Hoag.
Here.
Councilmember Naplin.
Here.
Councilmember Langle.
Here. Excellent. Looks like we have a quorum. With that, when the clerk has the opportunity to bring up the flag, we will do the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, with that, for under additions or corrections to the agenda, please add payroll from October 16th to the 31st of October in the amount of $199,619.39 and claims in the amount of $318,624.83. And we will be moving council committee council reports to the end, but we'll be doing council committees as you. With that, are there any other additions or corrections to the agenda? Seeing none, do we have a motion to approve this evening's council agenda?
I move that we second Michelle Hoag.
All right, we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Remington and a second by Council Member Hoag to approve this evening's agenda. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. And with that, do we have a motion to approve this evening's consent agenda?
So moved.
With the first came in with Councilmember Brudnicki. Mayor Pro Tem, did you prefer to be the second?
Yes.
All right, it was just in the nick of time there. So we have a motion by Councilmember Brudnicki, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Remington to approve this evening's consent agenda. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. And with that, we'll move on to comments from the audience. Clerk, did we have any submitted this evening prior to the meeting that are not related to the public hearings?
I believe the one we received is related to a public hearing.
Okay, great. And so for the attendees that are on the line, we do have 2 public hearings this evening. So if your comments are related to those public hearings, I would request that you hold those comments until the appropriate public hearing. If not, feel free to raise your hand and we will call on you to have your 3 minutes to speak to any topic you wish. All right, I'm not seeing any, so we will go ahead and move on to the mayor's report. Couple of brief items before we get to Sound Cities Association appointments. First up, we had our every other week meeting with Seattle King County Public Health this morning regarding COVID. I think most of us have seen that actually since that meeting, we now have approval for vaccinations for kids in the ages of 5 to 11, which is a huge step forward. I know that vaccines are already in Washington State. It's not clear exactly if they will be available starting tomorrow or it will take a couple of more days. But there is a lot of concern that it does look like at only about 30% of parents are planning on getting their 5 to 11-year-olds vaccinated at this point. So there's a lot of education and public health work to move forward to get us more momentum against the virus. The message was from public health today. One of the questions that was asked is, folks originally thought herd immunity would be at 70%, which is, I think, pretty standard with a lot of viruses based on information they've shared over the last couple of years. That is now not expected until we reach a 90% vaccinated population. Washington State is really ahead of the curve, but everything depends on everyone else around us. And so the message today is we are not getting out of this anytime soon. And it doesn't look like we are going to get to that 90% percentile as a nation anytime in the foreseeable future. So that means that we will probably continue to have more stringent public health guidelines over time to ensure that or hope that a more strong variant doesn't develop and take hold and erase all the progress that's been made. We had the Snoqualmie Valley Mayor's meeting this morning. Senators Mullet and Representative Callan and Councilmember Lambert attended. There was a lot of discussion about transportation and what that might look like as far as funding if there isn't a transportation package. Due to the recent appointment of our Secretary of State, Kim Wyman, to a very important position in the Biden administration, the governor will be appointing a replacement for her position in the near future, which will potentially come from the legislature. And if that does happen, we may see some shuffling of really important chairmanships within the legislature. Of course, one of the topics of discussion was school enrollment. I think as many folks know, a lot of public school enrollment has declined due to COVID. And so they're trying to analyze and look at what it's going to take to get kids back in the classroom if they are coming back and how that will move forward. We also had the North End Mayor's meeting today with Sound Cities Association. Congressional staff, of course, was discussing what's going on in DC. There's a lot of gridlock going on with infrastructure and other packages. And it's really kind of a wait and see as they continue to try and work and negotiate and move things forward. The majority of our discussion did center around on challenges that every mayor at the table is having in their cities and the challenges that we continue to face, in particular, as we all remain in online meetings. And the public and others are in of not having full, not having things, the basic way to put it is not having things the way that they used to be. So with that, moving on to Sound Cities appointments. So I sent out a list of the ones that we knew were applying to positions for the Sound Cities regional boards and committees. I think it was late last week or early this week. And wanted to just go over the group with real quickly and make sure that we are not applying for the same committees. So I'll go ahead and start the charge. I am reapplying for the Puget Sound Regional Council Executive Board for the 5th year. And I will be applying for a seat on the Transportation Policy Board. So we'll go around the horn and see who's planning on applying for what. And if we've got more than one, we'll need to have a discussion as a group. Council will need to decide who's the appropriate person to send forward for that moving on. So I'm going to go across my screen. So first off is Councilmember Lingle. Are you planning on applying for any of the SCA boards and committees?
Not at this time.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Remington.
No, I'm currently on the Snoqualmie Watershed Forum and also a voting member on the Oversight Committee for Fish Farm Flood, but those aren't related to the ones I think you're asking about. Thank you,
Correct.
Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Schaefer.
Yes, in fact, I already did apply to the Regional Transit Committee.
Excellent. Thank you. Councilmember McHenry.
So I was on King Conservation District. I'm not reapplying this year because it's been my 4th year and I'm just ready to end that chapter. I will be reapplying for the Joint Recommendations Committee. That was the only one at this time I was thinking of. But I mean, I've always been interested in the growth management councils or boards. So I don't know. For right now, Joint Recommendations Committee, but I'm interested to hear if anyone was going to go for a growth management board.
Okay. Councilmember Hoag.
So I did apply again for the King County Flood Control District Advisory Committee. I've been on it for like 4 years, so I've enjoyed it. So yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. And Councilmember Rudnicki, I'll skip you since you are retiring and move on to Councilmember Naplin.
Yeah, so I already have some other committees that I am on or local groups that I attend. Is there a specific hole that you feel someone should apply for that would specifically, or are you just looking for interest in certain committees? I guess.
Yeah, so specifically, the email that I forwarded to council this afternoon from the Executive Director of Sound Cities, Deanna Dawson, in addition to the committees that I sent to folks last week where we have, there's going to be vacancies and it's likely to be people from the Valley and the North that fill those seats. The list today that we have is the Domestic Violence Initiative Task Force, the King County Growth Management Planning Council, Joint Recommendations Committee. Councilmember Henry is already on that, so that kind of puts us off the list there. King Conservation District Advisory Committee, Puget Sound Regional Council Economic Development District Board. However, I do not believe we are eligible for that because we are not part of that group. And then the Puget Sound Regional Council Growth Management Policy Committee Board. Actually, that's supposed to say board, not committee. And then Regional Law, Safety and Justice and Regional Water Quality Committee. I would say that the King County GMPC and the PSRC GMPB and the Regional Water Quality Committee are the 3 most important committees moving into next year. Anything with growth targets, et cetera, that gets handed down to us comes from the county, comes from GMPC, and larger growth targets and growth related policy is recommended from the Growth Management Policy Board of PSRC. The Regional Water Quality Committee is really important this year because there's going to be a new water quality plan that is going to be finalized and updated, and that should be a significant body of work that's going to take a lot of effort, not just from the committee, but from every city in King County, primarily through the Sound Cities Association. So I heard Councilmember Henry is interested in either the GMPC or GMPD. One of the advantages that Councilmember McHenry has on either of those is that she's applied for them in the past. So if you are interested, I would highly encourage, unless there's someone else interested today, highly encourage you to apply for that again and also make note in your email of which one you previously applied to, because that does get taken into consideration by the nominating committee.
So I'll look at that again. Maybe I'll chat with Councilmember McHenry and see which one she might be going for and contemplate looking at the other one so we could get some representation.
Perfect. That sounds great. And thank you for that. And then just as a reminder, applications are due on November 4th. They do not accept late applications. So for those that haven't put in applications but plan to, please do that tomorrow. And then Councilmember Naplin and McHenry, please just let me know what you guys decide so I stay in the loop, but I can make sure I talk to Deanna about that as well. That is all I have for my report. Does anyone have any questions at this point? All right, we'll go ahead and move on to council committee reports. First up is finance and administration with Chair Remington.
Thank you, Mayor. Most of the items that we worked on, we actually have brought to council this evening. Councilmember Lengel talked about the chart. We're continuing to move forward on that. We also talked tonight about the special fund. So those are some of the things that we've been working on. We are continuing to work on the procurement policy. And, it's my hope that sooner than later that we'll be able to wrap that up and bring it to council. I will mention that, in June, we recognize that we have on-call contracts. We bumped those on-call contracts or approved supporting those and extending them through December. We may run up against it again. And so I just want you to consider that we may ask the city to bring those back as a package if we have to extend them. We'd likely try to extend them 3 additional months. And it's real simple. If there's still money in there and we don't need to approve any budget, we approve money. And if we can just simply extend them, it'll make it easy. It'll be a little bit more challenging if we need to figure out how much money to add to it if we're extending. But my hope is that would, by the time that 3 months ended up, we would be have brought forward the procurement policy, part of which you've seen tonight, and be able to wrap that up and get it approved and in place. And that's it, if there's no questions.
Thank you. Moving on to land use with Chair Hoag.
Thank you, Mayor. So we did have a land use meeting on October 20th. And those in attendance were Acela Chavez, Director Thomas, Councilmember Lengel, and Member Naplin, and myself. And so our agenda was we reviewed the community development 4th quarter map and CD report. We also reviewed the house needs plan, needs assessment. We reviewed the 2022 comprehensive plan docket. And we also talked about draft resolution for mobility and infrastructure. And we briefly touched on food trucks. That's come up as again as well, discussion about whether or not to modify our consider having food trucks in the communities again. But and that's about it. We do have another meeting on November 17th.
Thank you. Any questions for Chair Hoag? Seeing none, we will go ahead and move on to public safety with Chair Brodnicki.
So we did meet on October 26th, and our highlights are the police officer recruitment update. So Chief DeBach provided an update on the training and status of 2 new officers and an update on the recent recruiting and hiring efforts for open positions. Then we went on to discuss the city prosecutor contract, which Chief DeBach explained how an extra court calendar will be needed at NEDC for cases filed prior to January 1st, 2022. And the city prosecutor is requesting additional compensation when there's an extra calendar beyond 1 per month at the Issaquah Mini Court. The prosecutor is also offering additional services for infraction hearings. And the first review by legal has been completed, and we are waiting for additional information from the city prosecutor. We anticipate presenting this contract at the 11/16 council meeting. The committee supported the contract to be brought to the council when it's ready. Then there was discussion about half FTE and police clerk position discussion. Chief DeBach discussed the half FTE police recruit position, why it was needed, and the cost savings involved. Chief DeBach then discussed the police clerk position, provided the committee with a brief history of the position, why it was needed. The committee then discussed each position, provided feedback, and they agreed these positions should be brought forward for consideration by the city council as a whole. In recruiting incentive update, Chief DeBach discussed possible ideas for recruiting incentives. Full-time take-home car was one of the ideas discussed after 3 years of employment, and out-of-state Eastern Washington relocation incentive as well. The committee members discussed incentives, agreed that retention is important, and they did support ideas that mention a budget amendment that may be necessary to fund those type of incentives. And then we discussed the SR memorandum of understanding update, and we also discussed CHS SR update as well. Sergeant Clark is being considered for the position, which will be pulling a double duty as a patrol sergeant and SRO. And if approved, he will be the SRO from November 15th to June 15th. So that's it, unless you want to ask further questions to the chief.
Thank you. And the chief is not on at this point. He was trying to make it home to hopefully have power back on at his home as well. Are there any questions that perhaps Chair Nikki can answer? Councilmember Napling?
I'm just curious if COVID ARPA funds can be used for any of these extra costs because of the vacancies in the police department. Was that discussed?
We did not discuss the ARPA funds for those vacancies. Maybe City Administrator, Mr. Oppel, if you could answer that question.
I have to look at the rules again. I know that they're very strictly, there was a public safety aspect to it in the first iteration, but I don't know the status of whether that allowed for payment of employees. In fact, they tend to shy away from operating expenses. They tend to be much more programmatic expenses. So maybe Dana and Director Mason do you know that answer? I don't, my gut is that they can't, but we might be wrong.
So was the question for to hire a new officer, or for, because I know that there is some ARPA funding available to, or ARPA funds are an eligible use of bringing the city's police officers back up to their pre-pandemic levels. So there may be some funding to cover the costs of background checks and that type of stuff.
Yeah, not so much for the officer itself, but like I was saying, the programmatics of getting them back, maybe even recruiting, but you know, the details are, the devil's going to be in the details with those.
That's more the direction I was going on the recruiting efforts, possibly some bonuses to get people hired, things like that. Those aspects of it.
Councilmember Lingle?
Let's see, okay, great, I'm not on mute. One of my questions, it doesn't have to be answered now, but have we looked at with the potential expansion of the police department, has the Public Safety Committee or perhaps City Administrator could get back about, we've talked about in the future how we handle a coordination of emergency management and the role of the police department. And I would love to hear some thoughts on that, because that could affect how I would, what positions I would be more inclined to support.
We have not discussed to that level what you are asking about right now. No.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to Public Works with Chair McHenry.
Thank you. So we have not met. I have not heard back yet if we're going to have any more Public Works Committee meetings for the remainder of 2021. One small update though is that I think Councilmember Schaefer volunteered to help with this. Is that still on for tomorrow?
It is.
It is. Okay. So Director Laniszewski had set up an interview panel for the wastewater treatment plant, the 4th train project for tomorrow. And they're only interviewing one candidate team at this time. And so Councilmember Schaefer has volunteered to be on that. And that's all I have for now.
Thank you. All right, moving on to ad hoc committees. Do we have any updates on council procedures and code of conduct?
Thank you, Mayor. We will have a meeting on Monday, the 8th at 12:30.
All right, thank you. Okay, now we are quickly moving along. Administration update with City Administrator, Mr. Apple.
All right. So the city was awarded a commerce grant for the housing needs assessment and action plan in the sum of $75,000. I believe, I know that Laura's not on, I believe this is a pure $75,000. We don't have to have matching, although it won't fund the entire thing, so we will have to match, but it is just 75,000 straight up. We issued a conditional offer of employment for the clerk position. The next steps are background and reference checks, but we had our two finalists were very well qualified. It was a really difficult decision between the two. But the one that we've gone with is it's going to be able to step right into the position, you know, in our estimation, and just take over and really start getting the clerk's position back on track after having had a little bit of a pause while Jody left and went up to Monroe. So I think that's going to be a great thing. And she's currently a city clerk in another city, so I don't think the background check is going to come back with any negative result. The September 30th, the utility late fee and shut-off deferment have expired. That's the statewide one. The city issued 375 late notices, about 25 above pre-pandemic averages. They've offered a payment plan, and when they have the shut-off notice, that will be included with the shut-off notice will be the payment plan options and ways to find out more about a payment plan to get back on track. And those are supposed to go out on 11/15. The city will not shut off sewer or water during a holiday week. And then the fourth thing, the final thing, is we will begin the process of opening up the visitor center to hybrid meetings in 2022. So there's some work to be done with it's not ideal with audio visual and IT and everything else, but that's where we're at. Any questions about those or anything else?
Seeing none, I'll just say that I think that we got extraordinarily lucky with the candidates that applied for the clerk position, and it was a no-brainer on bringing the two finalists in, and definitely a very difficult decision on which one that Mr. Apple and staff leaned towards and chose. So it was a lot of work for him in his first 2 weeks of work here at the city. And I just want to acknowledge that and thank you for that, as well as Ms. Goodwin, Ms. James, and Ms. Thomas. It's been a big lift, and we got really lucky for having a job announcement like that out for 2 weeks and have to actually have difficulty making a decision on who to hire. So that's fantastic. So thank you, Mr. Apple. Moving on, we do not have any presentations this evening, but we do have 2 public hearings. The first one is for the 6-month moratorium, Emergency Ordinance 1286 for connections to the sewer system. And with that, I will open the public hearing and turn it over to Public Works Director Lenashevsky.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, citizens, and staff. This is Lenashevsky, Public Works. So this is in reference to Ordinance 1286. So good evening, we're conducting a hearing tonight on the emergency sewer moratorium. A hearing must be held within 60 days of the date of adoption of the moratorium, which was September 21st, 2021, and which was up to 6 months while the moratorium is in place. And the city will evaluate desirable next steps on sewer capacity. There's no anticipated council action this evening other than to take comment from the public under this hearing. Mayor, you may open the hearing to commenters.
All right. For anyone that is on the line that would like to provide public comment, please go ahead and raise your hand, or if that does not work. Actually, in this case, I'm going to ask the clerk to promote the 2 attendees to panelists to make it a little bit easier.
therein, Mayor?
We have one still in the attendees section. All right, so we have the two attendees. And if you would like to provide public comment, please unmute yourself, provide your name and address, and you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi there, Mayor and Council. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Jack Doyle, and my wife and I recently purchased the plot of land at the corner of 143rd and Main Street, with plans of developing it into a farm brewery. So with that, I think it's fairly self-explanatory what we're hoping for. The moratorium, you know, we're hoping for, I guess, not a prolonged moratorium. That would be fantastic. As I think we want to speak up just as, you know, business voices that are going to be affected by this. I think also take into consideration the speed at which we can hopefully increase the capacity at the sewer treatment facility. I think, yeah, this is something that when it popped up originally, just popped on my plate a couple of weeks ago, terrified us with the thought of how long this is potentially going to push back our plans. But I just wanted to put a face to, you know, part of the folks that are going to be affected by this. So I'll hop off. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this? All right, I am not seeing anyone else unmute themselves to speak. So with that, I will close the public hearing and move on to the next public hearing, which is a continuation of the 2021 Comprehensive Water System Plan. Mr. Laniszewski.
Thank you, Mayor. So Steve Laniszewski, Public Works, and we do have a few folks here tonight. We have Stephanie with Murray Smith to kind of round out the public comment. I do not anticipate any update of the water system plan as presented. We do have topics of discussion later in the meeting. So I think, Mayor, if we just opened up the hearing again, and I believe at this point too, we can close the hearing. We are through the SEPA process, but we are waiting for the closure of the SEPA appeal period before we take next action.
Excellent. Thank you, Director Laniszewski. So with that, the public hearing is open. If there is anyone on the call that would like to speak to that, please go ahead and unmute yourselves and provide your name, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. All right, I'm not seeing any at this point, so I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Of quick note, I just realized that we did receive one email for public comment for the moratorium that should be entered into the record. So I will ask the clerk to read that. It did come in before the deadline for the public hearing. So Ms. Goodwin, I apologize for the mix-up, folks, but Ms. Goodwin, would you please read that into the record?
Stephanie Goodwin for the record. The email states, "Dear Mayor Ockerlander and the Duvall City Council, thank you for the opportunity to submit comments for the November 2nd, 2021 public record regarding the 6-month moratorium, emergency ordinance 1286 for connections to the sewer system. MBAKS appreciates the time and effort by Public Works to reach out to the home building industry to explain the situation and work with our members to answer questions and move projects through the process. MBAKS respectfully requests the city to lift the 6-month moratorium as quickly as possible, limiting the impact on our region's housing affordability, choice, and supply crisis. MBAKS understands the city began an overall sewer system capacity and CIP plan review and recommendation in 2018 that confirmed the city's current process flows plus approved quote unquote pipeline projects were expected to bring the city's full capacity to full capacity without improvements by 2025. The city, through the Department of Ecology, is permitted to expand its treatment system to 4 treatment trains. And it's welcome news that these are already permitted and that the city has been planning for improvements through collection of rates and fees specifically calculated for the projects on its capital improvements project list. The city estimated the needed improvements in 2022-2023 timeframe. However, given the pace of growth and the need for housing, the city is facing additional demand early. It is disappointing, however, that given the constant growth, permitted housing already on the ground and in the pipeline, and the need for housing given demographers' unchanging predictions for year-over-year growth, the city council did not act on improvements sooner. What this region does not need is another development moratorium that will add to diminishing supply, choice, and affordability. The Puget Sound Regional Council released its regional housing strategy, analyzing conditions, trends, and gaps in housing choices in our region. According to the report, 810,000 more homes are needed in the central Puget Sound region, King, Snohomish, Pierce, and Kitsap counties by 2050 for there to be enough housing options for all current and future residents. The need for opening homeownership opportunities for first-time and BIPOC home buyers continues to grow. Homeownership helps create opportunity and wealth, but unfortunately is still out of reach for many people in our region. Our challenging housing market is further illustrated by the National Association of Home Builders 2021, which estimates for every $1,000 increase in the price of home in the Seattle-Tacoma-Bellevue market, 1,557 people are priced out, meaning they no longer qualify for a mortgage after the price increase. The report shows it takes an income of $116,574 in the Seattle-Tacoma-Bellevue market to qualify for standard underwriting to purchase a home. 639,320 residents in that Tri-City market are priced out for the median home price of $542,762. A working family of 4 in King County requires an income of at least $35 an hour to exceed just the low income threshold. Unfortunately, many jobs held by people of color pay far less. For example, retail pays a median wage of $15.37. As a result, African American, Black, and Hispanic Latinx workers are 3 to 4 times as likely as whites to be among the region's working poor and do not come close to making enough to qualify for lending to buy a home. Furthermore, white households in King County have a median household net worth of $456,000 against a net worth of $90,000 for Hispanic and $23,000 for African Americans. The significant gap is largely due to homeownership, and which has been historically excluded from certain communities through housing segregation, redlining, and predatory lending. Seattle Foundation overview of COVID-19 impacts on BIPOC communities in King County, July 2020. Furthermore, constructing a home has never been more expensive. Attached is a graphic as a single family home.
Ms. Goodwin,
Yes.
they've now reached over the 3-minute limit. So I'll go ahead and stop, and then, but the full email will be within the record.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for reading that. I know it was a lot. All right, so we'll go ahead and move on at this point to new business, Agenda Bill 21-105A, Amendment of Murray Smith Inc.'s Contract 2019-30 for the Comprehensive Water System Plan Update. For discussion and order decision, Director Laniszewski.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Steve Laniszewski, Public Works. This is an amendment brought forward for Murray Smith contract to assist in what our normal project managers would have been doing to facilitate the project getting to its end. So without Sean on this role any longer, we just need the support to move it forward. I think you can see in the agenda bill, I wasn't going to pull it up because it's just in your packet. We're looking for $28,326 to do the other items needed that weren't in Murray Smith's contract that, again, we're going to be handled by staff. I think this was kind of a question maybe in a meeting ago or even in committee meetings on kind of the cost of what our staff do bring forward. So it's a nice representation just for the record of what it takes to have staff members and that value thereof get work done. So it's in the packet to try to get this done as soon as possible. It's very matter of fact. There's not a lot of options. we're really at the finish line with this project. So getting it through the hearing process and then, finally through the county's utility commission is important as well. And that's where we are at. I am looking for hopeful suspension of the rules, moving this forward ASAP to keep the project on track. And that's what I have for you. Not sure there are any questions.
Thank you, Director Laniszewski. We have a question for Councilmember Schaefer.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Director. My question is, what's your confidence level in Murray Smith being able to essentially do this job? I'd just be interested. I know you have a lot of experience with them. I suspect they're very competent in this area, but I just want to hear that from you, Steve.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And this is, when you hire consultants and you have staff who are also, responsible for deploying projects and keeping them going, there's a certain level of oversight, and yet there's a certain level of autonomy. I think it's just a good representation of what it takes for staff to, keep things moving internally, keep me apprised, work with our consultants, because they do need that kind of hand of, we're local, we're here, we know what's going on. There's the history part of it, so we are losing some of that. But again, Murray Smith's totally competent, and I'm confident in that. It's just kind of the cost of business. So.
Okay, good. And as you explained, right now we are really between a rock and a hard place. We need to keep this moving along. We don't have, another project manager as qualified as our previous one was, and we have to do something there. So I certainly support this amendment.
Yeah, Gavin's here keeping the lights on with other things, and it's. I know I think I saw the chief back on. Just managing, painters and everything else that goes along with it. It just, there's always something, whether you think it should be simple or not, that is just mind blowing half the time.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to get as much done as we can in house and keep things going, but we have a lot going on, and these utility projects are certainly important as they set the tone and they set our CIPs, which justifies our rates and everything else. So it's a roadmap for our system. So.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Laniszewski? Councilmember Langle.
This is really a comment. I think I've talked for a long time about the need to increase capacity in public works. I want to go on record on that again. And Mayor, I'm ready to make a motion to suspend the rules if you're ready to ask for it.
I am ready whenever you are.
Make a motion to suspend the rules.
Second, Schaefer.
All right, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. And would someone like to make a motion on the agenda bill? Councilmember Langle?
I move to approve AB 21-105A, which amends the Murray Smith contract for the comprehensive water system plan.
Second, Schaefer.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Langle, a second by Councilmember Schaefer to approve Agenda Bill 20-105A. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. And with that, just a quick thank you to Councilmember Langle for always being supportive of the needs of the staffing levels in public works. In particular, she's been our wood picker on a roof, and it's much appreciated, especially where this is concerned. Moving on to Agenda Bill 21-106A, Sewer Program CIP Update for discussion. Director Laniszewski.
Good evening again, Steve Laniszewski, Public Works. So we will be bouncing around a little bit tonight to kind of set the path forward here. So we're going to talk about our sewer utility capital improvement program. I think this is a pretty exciting item. It's been under development for a while. we've talked about it in cows and briefly, I think, at some council meetings, but this is the first presentation of the actual program that has been put together with the assistance of parametrics. So I know Randy is on my screen somewhere. Oh, he's dead center for me. And we also have John Giroducci here from FCS Group. And again, we may muddy things a little just because GFC's rates, John Giroducci with FCS Group is a sub-consultant to both Murray Smith for water as well as parametrics for sewer, not by any of the city's doings or choices, but again, this is the business they do, and they're one of the best around, which is not surprising while they're on both of our projects. Normally you wouldn't see them at the same time, but we're doing sewer and water at the same time. So we are here. So we'll try to kind of divorce the topics when relevant, and we'll try to marry them up when relevant. Silly, but the basis for rates and GFCs is kind of the same for sewer and water and storm. No, we're talking about storm. So they'll do some of that. But right now I'll have Randy run through the utility capital improvement program with you folks, and we will start that item. Randy, you want to share your screen? Is that probably easier?
Yeah, thank you, Director Laniszewski, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for having us here again tonight to discuss that. Let me share my screen here. Is everybody seeing the wastewater system evaluation planning screen?
Yes, sir.
Excellent, thank you. So yeah, I was just here about 6 weeks ago, gave a quick update on this, so I'll be fairly brief tonight. I have a pretty short presentation, but please do feel free to stop me and ask any questions you may have as we're going through this. So again, we've been working on this plan for a couple of plus years now. There were some staff changes in Public Works and so forth that made this take a little longer than we thought, but we have now completed the plan document. So I just want to give you a quick overview of what is in the plan. The process that we went through to create the plan was we performed facility inspections of all of the city sewer facilities, the various treatment plants, the treatment plant, the various pump stations, and analyzed capacity of those. We looked at the land use for the city and incorporated the current population growth forecasts. And I'll note that we did actually 2 capacity analyses in parallel with this process, just because of the unprecedented rapid growth that the city was having at the time we were doing this. And the latter of those 2 is what led us to suggest that there ought to be a moratorium here, because the pace of development was so rapidly exceeding the available capacity that we have in the plant. And then we also conducted conveyance system capacity modeling and found the system to actually be very well designed for now and into the future. We summarized all the deficiencies, developed the projects and programs, and then we worked with FCS Group to assess the rates and the facility charges necessary to fund those projects. And they, again, did a separate financial analysis that we included as an appendix to our CIP plan. And so basically the rest of my presentation is just going very briefly through these different projects that we came up with. I think we've discussed some or all of these before in previous council meetings, but just wanted to give folks one more opportunity to comment or ask any questions on these. We broke the projects into 4 different types. We had the wastewater treatment plant improvement projects. We had a number of pump station projects, but the type and nature of those projects was such that we felt it would be better economy of scale and more economical to combine those into one large project. So we just had the 1 pump station project. And then on the next sheet, we had some capacity projects and some annual programs as well to help fund sewer operations. So the specific projects that we have here, we had ultraviolet system upgrades for the ultraviolet disinfection, and that's both for improving capacity primarily for improving capacity, but also we are at the end of the service life of the original equipment there. There's some generator work, just some annual inspection and testing to make sure that everything's working well in the long term. We had some headworks capacity improvements and upgrades and some other minor electrical upgrades throughout the plant. The WWTP5 project is the design and planning project for the capacity upgrade of the plant, and there were some other items included in that as well, which are not critical to capacity. But hopefully moving forward here, we'll be discussing what we'll be doing in the immediate future versus possibly deferring some of those items. And then treatment plant 6 project is the actual construction of those. So we broke that into a planning project and an actual construction project. And then the last one is just a minor project. If after all the upgrades we're still having the anoxic foaming issues, we would do a project to try and correct that. And as I mentioned, the pump station 1 project is for all the pump stations in the city, or at least all the older ones. There are a couple that are quite new and don't need any sort of improvement, but there are a few things that need to be done at each of those that we felt it would be more economical to bring in one contractor to do them throughout the city rather than to do those as separate pump station projects. Conveyance improvement, there's we've talked before about infiltration and inflow and the impacts that it's having on your system. So there was already some money that had been budgeted for that, and so that is represented by that CS1 project. CS2 is the Old Town Alley project, and that's where you have sewer mains and sewer infrastructure under old alley rights of way, some of which had been fenced over or planted over, what have you. And there's a project there to go in and improve your access for future things like infiltration and inflow study and repair. And lastly, there's a possible future upsizing project. I say possible because we would want to do a little bit more flow monitoring before we recommended spending the money to do that. But as I mentioned before, your conveyance system was very well designed. It's very robust. So at build out, there was only one section of pipe that we felt might need to be replaced in the future for capacity purposes. That doesn't mean we won't have to replace pipes in the future because they're reaching their service life or because of I&I issues. But in terms of just physical capacity, you have plenty of capacity in the vast majority of your system. And then the last group of projects were citywide programs, which is essentially accumulating funds to help the ongoing operation and maintenance of the sewer system. So CP1 is the infiltration and inflow program, and that's funding for identifying the issues. So that's things like infiltration and inflow studies, flow monitoring, inspection, things of that nature. CP2 is collection system repair and replacement, and that is both for infiltration and inflow issues that might be identified and or things that are at the end of their sewer service life. Projects 3 and 5 are sewer plan updates, just out in the future. Of course, we just finished this CIP plan, so that's the first one is several years out in the future, and the next one is 10 years after that. But we wanted to include those to make sure that they were being captured in the rate structure and in the general facility charges. And then we also had the last one, CP4, is the sewer facility building maintenance. And again, there's multiple buildings and structures that are associated with the sewer system that need ongoing maintenance that really isn't accounted for elsewhere in the budget. So we added that in there to make sure there was a pot of money growing over time to help address those issues. And that really is the summary of the projects. Does anyone have any questions or comments about the project list?
Randy, one leading question for you to maybe answer some questions that could come up. You want to just reaffirm and inform us of the cost methodology that went into this, time, and then each project's inclusion of items?
Yes. So for each one of these projects, obviously these are planning level cost estimates, but we developed what we felt would be included in the project, and for some of the more significant projects, such as the wastewater treatment plant project, we actually contacted equipment suppliers to get costs for that equipment. And then we have an extensive database of cost estimating information that we used to develop full cost estimates for those items. And we added to each one of those items, we had sales tax, we added a 20% engineering and administration flat fee as an estimate to each of those. And then because these are very early planning level estimates, we added a 30% contingency to those. And we originally did the cost estimates for this project fairly early on in the process. As I mentioned, it took a couple of years to get through this with some of the changes that went on. And in that time period, the construction cost index in the area went up by 12%. So we actually applied that 12% index here recently. And then FCS Group went through and recalculated based on those higher costs. So those numbers should now accurately reflect in this chart 2021 dollars.
Perfect. Thank you, Randy.
Thank you. And Councilmember Lingle had her hand up before Director Laniszewski piped in. Did you still have a question?
Yeah, but I'm not, I want to make sure I'm asking it at the right point. It has to do with previous comment in the draft memorandum, August 4, 2021. I brought this up at a previous council meeting so that's one item. The other item has to do with CS2 and the work in the alleys. I just have a comment on that. And then I have another, I guess, document that I've had for a long time related to pump stations. So if these are the right times, I'll just list them, and then again, maybe everybody in council could get an answer, or however it is most efficient for our Director of Public Works.
I think we can knock it. If there's maybe we take the rest of the questions, then if that's it, we can certainly knock a few out.
Okay, great.
Great. Councilmember Naplin?
Yeah, just it's interesting to hear how you calculate project costs. And what I'm curious about is if the 20% engineering and administration is sufficient to cover internal staffing costs. It seems like often we spend that 20% on outside consultant work. And so I'm just curious if there was any component that's taking into account internal staffing costs to, design, develop the project, manage the project, all of those costs that the city takes on.
Yeah, I can answer that. So typically the engineering fee, like the consulting engineering fee, we'd look at is somewhere in the range of a 13 to a 15%. And of course that can vary by the size of project and the complexity. And so the remainder of that 20% which 5 to 7% of that would be for city administration cost. And that's a fairly standard number. Honestly, we don't put a huge amount of analysis into that. So I think that raises a good point that sometimes that number could certainly be higher for the city staff costs.
So that's somewhat of a leading question, because I had brought up in a prior meeting, and it was addressed by Director Laniszewski, that I'd really like to see some of our internal staffing costs charged to the capital project. We received GFCs that can cover this. And I think it's something I've seen in many other cities that they will charge those staffing costs to the project. I'm hoping we can do something like that, and maybe Director Laniszewski can look back and see is what we're estimating sufficient to cover our internal staffing costs. And then the second question I had has to do with the membrane replacement. I recall hearing a long time ago that the last time we had to replace our membranes, that we had to sell a building to afford it. And it's probably one of those things that's not really based on full truth, but it got me thinking, if a membrane needs to be replaced every so many years, is it on the capital improvement program?
Yeah. So typically these membranes have a service life of about 10 years. Sometimes you get more out of them if you take care of them, but that's part of the repair and replacement costs that we have budgeted in the project or in the list.
For the record, we went 12 years last with our service replacement of our membranes.
And we didn't have to sell a building? Is there any?
The coincidence of timing, we may have sold properties around the same time.
Yeah.
So, any other thoughts? I'm not seeing any. I'm going to say maybe Miss Lengel, if you had a CS2 might be an easy one to knock out real quick. The Old Town Alleys project.
Yeah, that was just a comment.
No.
You have been forthright on that project for quite some time about the complexity of working with the residents. And I just wanted to remind my colleagues about that issue. It's, you've said it several times, and I think it's worth reminding everybody about that. That is a component that is very difficult to estimate in terms of staff time. So that was my comment on CS2. Would you like me to go to the other ones or?
Yes, please.
Okay. And I think it was either the last council meeting or maybe the one before, I brought up that in the August 4 draft memorandum, there was a note following, I think it was table 2-1 on the cassettes. And on that point, it was noted by the consultants that we could add cassettes to our existing trains. And so my question on that, if we're going to get into really dealing with the system for longevity, would that also occur with the development of the 4th train? So this is not an either or question. It is more, will that be part of the strategy to make sure that we don't have to go back and revisit this? Because you said that in a previous presentation that at full build out with annexations, the best, we could be at 95% again. So.
Yeah, and that is definitely something we'll look at in assuming we're successful in our interview tomorrow, that we'll be looking at in the design process moving forward. The limitation on your treatment plant right now is it's on biochemical oxygen demand. So it's a biological treatment limit, not a strict hydraulic capacity limit. And so the addition of what we could do is add another cassette of cartridges in each of your existing 3 trains, and that would add some hydraulic capacity, but it would not add additional biological capacity because we wouldn't be adding any aeration. And so the 4th train is adding the aeration and another set of cassettes. And so we'll certainly look at that when we get into detailed design of if there's any advantage to adding that additional hydraulic capacity for current or future. And again, one of the things we have to consider there is they do have a 10 to 12 year service life. So it might be something we look at and say, it makes sense to do this, but it makes sense to do it 5 or 10 years from now. And again, that is a pretty minor upgrade. The membranes are not inexpensive, not quite have to sell building for them, but they certainly aren't cheap. But the addition of a 4th membrane cassette is honestly something that the plant staff could do once the equipment was acquired.
So in other words, it would just be something that we would subsequently put in our CIP.
Yeah, we'll definitely take a look at it and see if it makes sense to do it now. It would make sense to include it in this project, but we'll look at, does it make sense to do that? If not now, in the future, and make a recommendation as part of the design.
Okay, and I'll go on to my next one, which has to do with pump stations. When the city was reviewing the North Urban Growth Area, there was dialogue between the city and the developer at the time regarding pump stations and negotiations that were going on regarding who is responsible for upgrading the pump stations. So if our director would like that letter, because he wasn't here then, be happy to provide it for background information. But my concern is, as we upgrade these pump stations, we are simultaneously, and because we're doing it for future growth, we are simultaneously, this is my simple term, kind of taking developers off the hook when you look at annexations. So I just want to make that comment, and I want to make sure that our impact fees are starting to look at recapture of some of these things, and I can just provide a copy of that letter to our director. It was something that was being discussed by our former Public Works director. So I thought he should be, and everybody should be reminded of that.
Yeah, and I would add to that, Ms. Lingle, if Randy, I may share my screen real quick. So if I ask, it's just going to reject yours.
All right.
So we wouldn't be facilitating any expansion in the rehabilitation of our systems. We would be just rehabilitating our systems on the capacities that are status quo. But you can kind of see, this is that Nuga, North Eugene area in the center. You know, it had been discussed for some of these flows to come possibly through here, which would impact two different lift that they would upgrade. So those costs we would not consider in the city's CIP for expansion. We of course have duties to maintain the facilities that exist, and they do, you know, die over time. So they have replacement costs. So those costs are included, but not for capacity and extra. If that helps clarify, so we don't really shouldn't have to worry about your comment until when we do get to that point. We would adjust our CIPs accordingly if we were going to experience an expansion with annexations.
That answers my question. Thank you.
And for fun, while I have it up, not to distract, because I'm good at that in general, but this is the GIS system for sewer, and it's overlaid, of course, on our map. So this is the importance of Old Town. I'm going to zoom in a little, try not to get you car sick. It's hard to tell, but you can see all the sewer lines in Old Town, which usually is defined by Bird down to Park or Taylor Street, 4th to Main Street. They run mostly down alleys. And these are areas per our, you know, city grid, 60-foot right-of-way roads, Stella, Cherry, Stevens, and a 16-foot wide alley adjacent to the rear lots of all the units in Old Town. Some of them are clear, you can see gun barrel straight through. Some of them you can't see from one end to the other if you had to. So like Councilmember Lengo points out, that will be quite a heavy lift to work Old Town, and we have a great need because the I&I is determined to, for the most part, come from Old Town. It was built early. It's short sticks of concrete, non-gasketed pipe, so it leaks water, which over time we intercept and we treat at the plant. So fun fact, and that is a tool we have at our disposal. Looking at too many screens, I apologize. Not to diminish the financial element of the CIP, but if there aren't any other questions on the CIP, and I haven't seen any hands, we'll move forward to the kind of the number crunching part of that, how the CIP relates to a GFC, general facilities charge. John will lead us in that. But as far as homework goes, we would like to adopt the CIP, the resolution. So we have time to edit, but I don't think we have any edits to be made. We'll host a hearing at the next meeting on the list itself, so we can have that adopted. And then we will also, via resolution, adopt the GFC. Oh, look, Randy's got a slide. So it's almost like we coordinated this work.
Yeah. I think Steve covered everything on here, but
if there aren't any more questions on this topic, we will slide over to sewer, and Diane is yawning. and talk about GFCs. And that will be Mr. John Gialaducci of FCS Group walking us through that. And John, do you need me to pull the slide up, or do you have it?
I can share my screen here. Well,
Director Lenishevsky, I'll officially note that we're moving on to Agenda Bill 21-107A, Sewer Program GFC Update.
Thank you. And sorry, it's a heavy engineering night.
So I probably have more than you're interested in seeing at this point. And Steve, would you like me to focus just on the CFCs? I also can touch on the rate path that was presented back in early in the year.
Yeah, and maybe
very briefly.
Yeah, and maybe just starting too on the methodology of just kind of rates.
Right. Okay. So I will come back to the water results and focus on the sewer results. As part of this work, we performed a revenue requirement, which is a rate study basically, and a GFC update, which we did talk with the council about back in January. Just as a reminder, when we look at rates, we try to establish rates to recover the cost of providing services, not generate a profit, not under recover. Those rates are set to recover operating costs. So those are the ongoing staffing costs, maintenance costs, costs of power. And then also the portion of capital that's not funded by other resources. So and capital is generally major infrastructure replacement, facility expansions, the treatment plant improvement is a capital cost. Those are much less predictable and lumpier from year to year, as you see in that chart. So the key components of the rate are, as I mentioned, those O&M costs. If there's any debt, which there is a small amount of debt forecasted for the sewer utility, we need to recover the debt service in the rates. Any rate funded capital costs, and those together equal the revenue requirement, the amount of money that we need to cover all of the sewer utilities costs. There are sometimes miscellaneous revenues that come in, and we deduct those from that revenue requirement in order to determine the amount that's needed from rates. So that takes care of operations and the rate portion of capital. If you look at the right side of this slide, for capital funding, and we've got millions of dollars of capital projects planned, we first take out anything that may be contributed or developer funded that we could fund through general facilities charges. Now those revenues are very unpredictable because they come in only with growth. We take out the rate funded capital. That would be money in the fund balance that we can use for capital projects and cash reserves. And what's left, we assume that we will have to issue debt to cover. So the sewer utility is in really good shape. So there's only what I'll call a small debt issue needed in 2024, and I'll show you that in a minute. For the most part, the capital projects can be funded through these other sources. So when we calculate a general facilities charge, we follow what there is in the statute, which isn't much. That highlighted language is really the key language: equitable share of the cost of the system. So that language is to protect us from over allocating costs to developers. We can include interest. So that would be interest applied from the date that the facilities were constructed up to 10 years. And that's really about all they tell us in the statute. We know what we know about the methodology from case law and just practice over decades. So a GFC is intended to recover the costs of growth from growth. It does that very imperfectly over a long period of time as that growth occurs. as it does that, as that revenue comes in, again, over a long period of time, ratepayers are essentially reimbursed for the money that they've spent building the infrastructure that will serve that growth. GFCs also provide revenue as that growth occurs that you can apply to debt service, or you can use to cash fund capital, which reduces the burden on rates. And then we try to structure the charges so that they are fair, so that the people who pay them are paying based on their maximum potential demand, or in this case, volume. So I'm going to skip the water results. This is what the sewer financial plan or revenue requirement analysis results look like. We are forecasting the need for a series of essentially inflationary increases at about 2.5% per year. You see the rate for a single family residential customer as it is now, 79.11, going up with those percentage increases over time in order to fully fund the needs of the system. I mentioned the debt issue. If you see this pale green slice in 2024, that's the new debt service that we are forecasting will be needed. It's about a little over $2 million in debt to fund the last remaining bit of capital through 2024 that can't be funded by rates, GFCs, and fund balance. So there's just a little bit that couldn't be funded. And you see the dotted line is the rate path with those increases. The solid line there is the rate path if there were no increases. The only reason it's going up is because of the forecasted growth that will add customers to the system. So the GFC result is shown here. The existing GFC per equivalent residential unit is 11,953. The newly calculated result based on the updated list of capital projects, 14,087 per ERU. That's, as you see there, an increase of a little over $2,100 per ERU. So just in summary, I guess this is a spoiler for the water results. The minimum rate increases that we are recommending are 2.5% per year. The rate adjustment for 2022 is determined by the city's policy of using the 2-year average of the CPI. So that would actually be a 3.2% increase by the city's policy for 2022. And then the minimum of 2.5% after that. Our other recommendations are so one of the things that we've talked about in past meetings is once that debt service is issued, the sewer utility begins to accumulate some funds in the fund balance. So, and that's largely due to continued growth that will be feeding general facilities charges into that fund. So we are recommending that the city review the financial plan and its performance every few years to make sure you're not over accumulating cash or under accumulating cash. We've already seen, as Randy mentioned, significant inflation in the last year, and we are relying on growth to fund the plan and the capital part of the plan and make the plan work. So that's, I think, pretty much it for now for the sewer utility.
I would agree with that, Mayor. If you want to ask some questions now.
Yes, just so that council knows, sorry, Director Laniszewski, I just wanted to confirm the mayor had to step away for a few minutes and she asked me to continue. So with that, let's go on to questions from City Council. Councilmember Lingle.
Yeah, I'm hoping this can be clarified. I recall in the January presentation, a comment made that we are already in a situation where we have justification for increasing that amount from the 11,000 by the additional, I think you just showed $2,500. Am I remembering the 2134? Am I remembering that comment correctly? I thought that's what the presenter said at that time. I have notes to that effect.
So nothing has changed about this calculation. We had the capital costs at that time.
Yeah, I
If
think
that's what you're asking.
the only thing that did change, and I think Randy, we had shifted around some of the deployment of the projects that had been taken into consideration. And this went, I want to say, down by a little bit relative to the number they saw last time. Randy,
yeah, and just to clarify what happened there, there were two minor changes that did influence the GFC. One of them, so the actual overall cost of the projects went up when we applied that 12% construction cost index to the project costs. But the thing that had the larger effect, we actually had a larger increase and a higher GFC back when we spoke to you in January. But when we went back and did the most recent capacity analysis, and we've been working pretty feverishly with staff to get the most accurate numbers we can in terms of population to address the growth issue, mainly as it relates to the sewer moratorium. But in the process of doing that, we discovered that we had actually overestimated the existing population at the start of this in 2018. And so when we made that adjustment, essentially the amount of the total GFC amount for the entire capital improvement plan is now spread over a larger number of future people, if that makes sense. So essentially we increased the denominator in the math there of total cost over a larger number of people. And so that's what actually drove that number down. I think it was about $700 more per ERU when we presented it in January.
So just to clarify real simply, are we in a situation as we proceed with this project where we can justify increasing that amount of money that is charged?
Yes, yeah,
Yes.
The components that FCS used to calculate that are it was the same overall. The costs are the same and were properly calculated based on what you're allowed to calculate. It was really the overall cost increased because of the CPI, and then we're spreading it out over more people.
Yeah, I get that. You've answered the question. Thanks so much. I wasn't questioning your math.
Okay, I'm sorry. No, that's all right.
No, I wasn't doing that. I would not sit here and spend that time. I just wanted to know if we are in a position to charge that 14,000.
Yes.
Yes, and I would say too, Councilmember Lengel, the other question, I can't remember who asked it a meeting or two ago, and it may have been at a committee meeting too. At the point of time of adoption, this gets adopted, right? So if we have a hearing next week and it's part of the deal and everybody's ready to move forward with the GFCs, they get adopted. 5 days later, they begin to be collected at the new rate. And then they just sit in the hopper like any other fee we have that is currently indexed. And then January 1, it would be, for being above board, it is indexed for the 2-year rolling engineering news record CCI, and it would be increased on January 1 by that number, that percentage as well. So.
Mayor is back. Mayor, we are still under new business. We're under the sewer program GFC update, and we're just continuing with any questions from City Council.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you for allowing me to take that short break with my family.
Are there any additional questions from council on this item? Councilmember Naplin? And Mayor, I'll turn it over to you from here. Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you for this presentation. It was really helpful. And I also had the privilege of getting to spend some time with the representatives from FCS earlier today. Steve arranged that, which was very kind of him. I'd had some ongoing questions from the beginning of this project, and kind of, at one point I I was under the impression that I would get to have some questions answered by FCS. So Steve at the last minute arranged it, and I really appreciate that. I think where I'm struggling a bit with the rate justification is it feels like a pretty conservative forecast where we're starting from a point of assuming no increase in revenue and a 20% increase in expenses in water, and sewer has some similar jumps, and very, very conservative forecasting. And while I love being conservative financially, at some point, the ratepayer, I'm concerned, is paying more than its share, because the point of the GFC is that when the growth comes in, you know, a lot of that is meant to reimburse the ratepayer. And I feel strongly that there should be a level of reprieve during this time where our growth is coming in and revenue is going up rapidly because we're adding new customers. And so I struggle a bit with, at the same time, also increasing by CPI, especially this year when it's a 3.2%. And I'm seeing a lot of other cities holding that down, either giving a 0% rate increase just because of COVID and a lot of the struggles people are having. Now, I don't think I have convinced anyone on administration or FCS that they would feel comfortable with agreeing with that kind of idea. But what I'm seeing is, for example, the sewer, we have almost $4 million in fund balance from the ratepayer. This is money that the ratepayers paid in, transferring over to capital projects. And over the 10-year period, the ratepayer, based on their balance that is right now and ongoing rate contributions, it's, I think, $13 million being applied to capital. And so this is the time where the newcomers are supposed to be repaying to buy into the system. The math doesn't completely make sense to me, to be honest with you. And I could go into a lot more detail, but I think everyone would die of boredom. So long story short, there are some adjustments that I would like to recommend. The first is that I think we should start charging the staffing for capital to the capital side, so that we aren't driving up our operational costs based on capital project management that legally can be covered by the GFCs and by the growth. So number one, I would like to see that happen. And, you know, it's both an accounting issue here at the city, and it's also an accounting issue when they set the rates. Now, it sounds like they have built in this amount into the project costs. So all we need to do is the accounting side on our side, that when we have the internal employees spending huge amounts of time on capital projects, they charge it to the project. The project cost is set with enough amount to cover that. So that's number one, my recommendation and request. The second one, when I didn't get anyone excited about giving ratepayers a reprieve, which I still feel very strongly that it's warranted. I think the projections are overly conservative. I do feel like we could give ratepayers a reprieve for a year. But if that doesn't happen, something Mr. Oppel brought up during the meeting as an alternative to help people with these rates that, you know, feel pretty high, to be honest with you. His idea, you know, surrounded, and maybe he had more to elaborate, you know, not charging late fees, you know, kind of having some other ways to help out people struggling paying their utilities. And after we got it done with the phone call, I was thinking more about Councilmember Iyer, and we all really miss him. And one of the things that he felt very, very strongly about before he left was that our low income rate structure, you know, there's two components in that: who's eligible, and then how much of a discount do they get. And I think in both those areas, we aren't being very generous. And since our rate revenue has been quite high and provides quite a bit of buffer, I think that we should look into expanding our eligibility for that program and potentially expanding the discount. And it's one of those things that if for some reason we couldn't afford to offer that in the future, we could dial it back. But I think it's an idea that would address one of my biggest concerns, and that's, our income here in Duvall is quite high, the per household income. But that's not everyone. There's definitely a segment of our population here that's struggling. And I don't want to just, say, oh, we won't charge you late fees. So let's wait until you are so desperate that you can't pay your bill and you're trying to make choices about, do I pay my bill or put food on the table? Let's be proactive about it. Find those families that need this assistance and proactively give them a discount. So those are my two ideas. Let's start charging internal capital oversight, project oversight to the actual capital project so they can be covered by revenue that comes from the new customers paying GFCs. And secondly, let's expand our low income eligibility and discount. I still would love to see a reprieve on the 3.2 increase this year. So that's still sort of on the table, but I'm guessing that I will not get support on that.
Thank you, Councilmember Declan. Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, I have a similar concern regarding GFCs. And if, the concern is, are developers really paying their fair share? And, currently, I think the answer is clearly no. But even with this raise or increase in GFCs, are developers paying their fair share? The answer is really not obvious to me, but I suspect the answer is no. They're still not paying enough. There was mention about taking on additional debt. I didn't fully understand what that was for, but I think it was taking on additional debt in 2024. Shouldn't we be offsetting the need to take on that additional debt with an increase in GFCs? I believe the answer is yes, we should. So I question if this $2,134 is enough. Should we increase it more? And I don't know if anyone else feels that way, but I certainly would like to explore that.
Mayor.
Director Laniszewski.
And so I don't know if Randy can flip back to the CIP table. And in the table, Councilmember Schaefer, it denotes the proportion of eligibility for operations versus growth. And that fee is specific to, that charge is specific to each project, right? And then each project is allocated out in the green columns, you've got current capacity, which is considered more of a ratepayer. You've got future capacity, which is considered more growth. So those are split in a way that is fair and consistent and what we consider maximized for the capturing of future capacity to pay its fair share. So we do have to work within the auspices of the law as well as reasonableness on what we can, right? If you're going to replace a 10-inch pipe, you're not going to get much new capacity out of 2 inches because you've already got an 8-inch pipe, right? So we've been very matter of fact on physical improvements to the extent we can be. And then we've been very limited in the anecdotal nature of the split. You see a 50-50, you see a 0-100, you see a 65-35, right? So we tried to stay clean and concise to, one, avoid challenges, and two, make sure, believe me, staff knew council's understanding when we went into this, and I know it started before you were here, Mr. Schaefer, that we maximized where we stood on developers paying their fair share with the GFC's creation of the numerator divided by the remaining capacity of the denominator. So hope that maybe clarifies the case for you and where we are. And I know you may not have read, and the hearing element earlier from MBAKS, which is the Master Builders of King and Snohomish County.
I did.
They will likely comment on our GFCs, as you saw their tables, which is fine. That's their job. That doesn't hurt my feelings one bit. But again, we want to make sure we avoid legal risk. We do the best we can, and to the guidance of the mayor and the council on how we develop our fees. So.
Sure. No, thanks, Steve. And I do understand that. Of course, the job of master builders is to represent the developers who make up their membership. And as we know, despite the glowing words in their statement earlier today, what they're really after is to maximize their own profits, not make things better for the citizens of King County. But nonetheless, yeah, I really do want to make sure that we are charging the maximum legal that we can for GFCs. And I understand there's constraints there as well. That debt, the debt, I don't want to prolong the conversation, but the debt additional debt we're talking about taking on in 2024, that's not due to growth. Is that true?
So the projects planned in 2024, we applied all available fund balance, rate revenue generated by the increases between now and then, the GFCs that have come in. Basically, every resource wasn't quite enough to cover all those projects and the projects that are planned between now and that time. So there's a small debt issue needed in order to fully fund the capital planned in that year. Over time, that's what I mean about GFCs. That revenue takes years to come in. And so you don't necessarily get the cash from GFCs when you need it in order to build the project. The GFCs will come in after and effectively reimburse the ratepayers after that project's been built and that debt has been issued. Okay,
good. No, thank you.
And I think it might be understandable too, Councilmember Schaefer, if Randy just clicks to slide 3, the treatment plant expansion, right? WWTP5. We will be doing the bulk or WWTP6. You can see the $6.8 million along with the design of 5 under 720,000. So we've done our best to maximize those improvements relative to the use, which that's for growth. So, but it is a cash flow thing, as Mr. Diladucci explains too. So.
Sure. Yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, Councilmember McHenry.
There we go. Yeah, I just wanted to actually just say I agreed with everything Councilmember Naplin said earlier, and just wanted to throw my support behind some of those things she mentioned. So,
thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, we will go ahead and move on to Agenda Bill 21-108A. This is the Eastside Transportation Partnership Agreement Amendment. I hope that folks have read the draft agreement. This is pretty simple. So Councilmember Naplin took over my seat on Eastside Transportation Partnership as a Snoqualmie Valley Governments Association member. I can't remember if it's 1 or 2 years ago at this point. And every few years, there's a new agreement that comes forth. Most often it is completely status quo. Historically, the city has never brought it forth to council, but this year there is a change that is a little more substantive than previous minor tweaks in the agreement. And that change is simply that it adds the Snohomish County member as a partial voting member. Historically, Snohomish County has been at the table as a non-voting member. Typically, it is a member of staff member from their public works department, most often their engineer or their county roads director. And so this is a minor change that comes forth. several is a little bit of background. Several years ago, they had some organizations that were non-governmental that were part of the group. That was when I was on Eastside Transportation Partnership, and we voted to remove them as voting members. But Snohomish County has never had a seat at the table, other than being there for discussion. And so because of that change, we're bringing this forward. Councilmember Naplin brought it to staff for simply a quick approval. And I will say that in general, I think having a Snohomish County member at the table is really important to this group. While the group doesn't do quite the work that they used to do, if we are to get any progress on our big issues, particularly across the Snohomish County and King County lines in our region, having that Snohomish County member have a partial vote is really important to make sure that their voice is counted. So with that, happy to answer any questions, and then I would ask the council to suspend the rules to vote on this evening, because I believe Councilmember Naplin, they are planning on voting on this agreement as a group, or they're hoping to have interlocal signed within the next couple of weeks. Is that correct?
I need to go back and double check the dates, but it sounds about right.
Yeah. So does anyone have any questions on this? It's pretty straightforward. Councilmember Schaefer?
I guess the only question I have is more just out of curiosity. Is something equivalent being done on the Snohomish County side?
I would have to double check, but they have a similar group. It's actually primarily a staff group. I actually used to sit on it when I was worked at Snohomish County. And if I remember correctly, King County representatives were at the table, but this Eastside Transportation Partnership is different than the county staff groups. This is actually a group of elected officials, and Snohomish County doesn't have an equivalent, but they do have staff working groups.
Okay, good. No, thank you.
If there aren't any questions, if folks are comfortable, I would be happy to entertain a motion to suspend the rules.
I move we, oh, go ahead.
Okay, I move we suspend the rules and make this a one touch.
Second, McHenry.
All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. And with that, would someone like to make a motion on Agenda Bill 21-108A?
I move we approve Agenda Bill 21-108, authorizing the mayor to sign the Eastside Transportation Partnership Agreement Amendment.
Second, Schaefer.
All right, any discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion by Councilmember McHenry and a second by Councilmember Schaefer to approve Agenda Bill 21-108A, Eastside Transportation Partnership Agreement Amendment. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. Moving on to Agenda Bill 21-1019A, the Snoqualmie Valley Governments Association legislative agenda. And I'm going to pull up what I've got here in just a moment. Naplin is currently vice president, so I'll introduce this and let her add anything that she wants. The agenda that we have in the packet is last year's agenda. At the last meeting, we introduced this and asked for recommendations, but I know we've all been slammed with budget and everything else. And I did not receive any. I think that from the city perspective, I think I would just suggest a primary issue that we've moved forward is asking Snoqualmie Valley Governments Association to specify funding of the full Highway 203 corridor study, which is on our 2021-2022 City of Duvall legislative agenda. There is plenty of discussion about transportation in the SVGA agenda, but I think especially for Duvall and Carnation in the Falls City area, it's really important to call that out. And then I wasn't sure if anyone else had any other amendments to make. I know that we will be discussing this at the November meeting and making some changes to it based on what occurred last legislative session. So this doesn't need a formal vote, but if we have consensus on anything for me to send forward to President Rival and of course our Vice President Napland, this is the time to do that. Councilmember Napland?
I just want to say I support that idea of putting in something very specific. Sometimes that can be tricky when you have lots of groups and then they all want to have their specific item in there and it can get really cluttered. But considering that that item impacts basically everyone along the Snoqualmie Valley, if we could get buy-in on that, I would be supportive. So I don't know if you have specific language to send in and where you would insert it.
I don't have a specific language drafted, but we could really, I think all we need to do is honestly submit what we have in our legislative agenda, which was approved by multiple cities in our last process. So I guess if there are ideas or and suggestions and there are no objections, we can move through this one pretty quickly. I suspect that most of us will be in attendance at the next meeting. I believe it's, what is it, the 17th, November 17th. And the group, what happens with this for Councilmember Schaefer's information is that the group will get together, all of the city councils from Duvall, Carnation, North Bend and Snoqualmie and the Snoqualmie Valley Tribe, and put our ideas in, get some consensus, and then the president and vice president finalize the agenda and utilize that for our legislators. So easy peasy. Thank you all. And if anything comes up between now and then, don't hesitate to send it in to Jennifer and I, because we can always bring that forward at that meeting as well. So thank you. And with that, then we'll go ahead and move on to unfinished business. Agenda Bill 21-104B, 2021 Comprehensive Water Plan Update for discussion. Director Laniszewski, please.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Steve Laniszewski, Public Works. So for this, we do have Stephanie Ard with Murray Smith here, as well as Mr. Gierlich, Chief. Stephanie, I'm not sure if we need to pick up anywhere we left off. I think the financial side of water was a little different than sewer. The way we were handling the water amendments were making sure the rates as established were set to cover our O&M needs with rates, as well as the capital side and the GFC as currently established, which we were not expecting any overhaul. So I think the bottom line is the CIP has been derived, and mathematically speaking, how we have it set up is still, I guess, for a better word, functioning as is, and it's been working for us and will continue to work for us. So maybe on that note, John, can you just touch on that for a brief minute on the water side of it?
Happy to. I'll try to share my screen again here. Okay, so as Steve mentioned, for the water utility, we performed an update of the financial plan without a GFC update. This information we talked with the council about back in February. The financial chapter of the plan went into the Department of Health with the plan and received no comments. So this is a summary of the results. Similar to sewer, proposed 2.5% increases, basically inflationary. There's no debt as part of the water utilities revenue requirement. So you see that very sliver of blue and gold that is available for rate funding capital projects, and then maintaining an operating reserve cushion. So a pretty straightforward financial plan. You see the current bill for a single family residence, typical single family residence, going up by $1 to $1.50 a month over the period. So the recommendation as for sewer, 2.5% per year for 2022, based on the 2-year average of the CPI, 3.2% for the water utility. And that's a pretty high level summary of the water results.
Thanks, John. Stephanie, is there any points on the CAP you wanted to touch on at all? I don't recall any sort of lingering questions or comments other than we would be back to continue the hearing and then hopefully close it, which we did, and then prepare to move forward.
Yeah, there's nothing in particular that I remember needing to touch on, but I am here and happy to answer any questions that arise.
And then maybe to lead to, since I don't see a lot of hands, there's next steps as we move forward, right? We'll hold our hearing. We've closed our hearing. We'll wait for closure of the SEPA comment period, and then we'll move on to the external forces that those people's will. So maybe Stephanie, touch on that. Sorry.
Yeah, so Steve basically went through it. After we approve the plan, we will send it back to DOH for final approval, and we'll go through King County's committee hearing to get their final approval. And then it will be signed in as final and be the guide for the city's water system plan for the next 10 years or so.
Yeah, and some of the comments that we have received are certainly operational in nature. I think maybe Stephanie, close the loop on, remind me of the
chlorine.
Yeah, we've got chlorine monitoring, and
so there was a few comments on updating water quality table within the comp plan. Most of those were update the table to match texts that were in the table. And then they asked to update the water quality plan in general, which Steve already has in the works, and he has a draft available. Then there was really minor comments, asked us to verify that the city is using standard main cleaning procedures and main break procedures, which the city is using. They asked if the city is a member of WARN, which they are. So some very minor comments that really don't change the plan or the way the city operates. It's just verifying to the Department of Health that this is how the city operates the water system.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Councilmember Naplan?
Thanks. So if I want to get any of the ideas that I presented implemented, I don't know that we have like an action item, or do I need to make a motion to find out if I have support? My one question would be that all salaries and benefits are being applied to the operating fund in order to forecast. If we want to change where those are charged, do we have to update the financial portion of the water plan, or can we make a choice to charge them even though the forecast showed them all being charged to the one? Do I need to formally ask that we modify the forecast? Or yeah, can we just do that?
so where's John? There's John. I think the one maybe interesting point on that, which not only FCS group, but maybe legal advice, right? The way water and sewer, their utility works, right? So a water operating and a water capital at the end of the year, as far as the state's concerned, get rolled up into one water works fund. So I think we would want to just double check that. Yes, let's say, consider my time at 25% water. That's not what it is. It's something, but we'll pick that as now. Does that matter operationally relative to capitally? And I think I don't think anything, so to answer your first question, I don't think anything needs to be done as an action item other than giving staff direction in budgetary purposes to push and pull things around. Outside from any rate reprieve or looking at the 10, 15, or 20% discounts on rates that is currently in our adopted rate schedule. I think that's a separate item. I would guess, and John could probably help us determine it, but it's probably fairly de minimis as far as the rate reduction that those folks may qualify for relative to any need to adjust anything else.
Yeah.
Knowing we have, a fairly high portion of bills getting paid on time. So, I mean, we could probably see what that reduction would be. I don't expect it to be much. And, Councilmember Napa, that may even be the same relative to not having late fees. So, you know what I mean? So I think it's de minimis. I don't think any adjustment needs to be made there. Certainly a separate motion on the topic with your peers, but I don't think anything needs to be changed in any planning tool or plan or financial element. We're not adopting any new financial elements for the water system, whether it's a rate or the GSC. We're just going forward as they are because they're sufficient as designed. So
would the same apply to sewer then, that I don't need to officially ask for anything to be changed in either of those plans to implement? Because I agree with you, for reporting purposes, many cities, the operated and capital is all mushed together in one fund anyway. So
I would say no, unless there was some sort of opinion from more than 3 of you on the rate that the GSC for sewer has been looked at. Hopefully everybody believes that it's fairly well maxed out and set to be, again, as defensible as possible, but to recover the most capitally from growth as we can. So outside of that, I don't think so. So I think it's a separate motion to talk about fees, but what do you say, John?
Yeah, I would echo that. I think that particularly for sewer, and I think the case is the same with water. The issue is, as you were describing, and I don't know that they're not doing this now, they may be, but when staff is working on capital projects as part of their day-to-day work, they should be reporting that to a project, and that's an internal issue. It doesn't affect the financial plan at all, because a lot of those operating costs of construction management, engineering are included in the capital costs, and so they are already calculated into the GFC, and there would be no change needed to the financial plans.
Yeah, I will verify that what you're told of the sewer plan is very similar to what we use
Okay.
with the water plan. They're very common contingencies and percentages. So.
Right. Anything else from council on this tonight? Seeing none, we will move on to Agenda Bill 21-102B, which is continued discussion regarding the 21-2022 biennium budget mid-biennium review and modification. Is Mason?
Sorry to close, to say goodbye to Stephanie and John. They won't be with us.
Thank you.
Thank you both so much for the work.
Stephanie and John.
Especially John for crossing over tonight on both topics. That's a little awkward,
No problem.
but it's a great use of our resources. 2 birds in 1 stone. So.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Thank
Director
you.
Pesky, for noticing that. Thank you all.
Thanks,
All right. And Ms. Mason and Mr. and Director Lenishevsky and City Administrator Apple.
Good evening. Mr. Apple, would you like me to bring up the presentation that we started in at the Cal? And we could continue from there. I believe you're muted.
The good thing is when you're muted and somebody notices it, they don't hear you swear. While Director Mason is bringing up the presentation, and we did talk about the 2. I think there wasn't a lot of questions about the recruit. I think everybody I mean, my guess is that people kind of understand what that's coming from. The ARPA one, we still have some work to do. The next position,
Okay, so let's see. Next,
lots of next.
and right there.
Yeah, so we were on ARPA, and then we have stormwater program coordinator. I know Steve can talk to you a lot. One of the biggest things for this one, and why you're going to see later on where I put it, is because stormwater, it's not just about the amount of work that is not being able to be done because of the lack of program managers or project managers in public works. It's because the amount of Department of Ecology requirements have gone up, and a lot of those things were being done by a number of different people spread over public works, and they really need to be aligned into one because they really fit one FTE's bailiwick. So even if we got project managers back, it doesn't make sense for the stormwater program coordinator to be split up, these jobs to be split up into that. I think Steve can probably talk better to it, but that's why this is something that we're behind, and we Steve's keeping us afloat, but there's a risk that we're going to start making mistakes because we've got the work divided over too many people. Would you concur with that, Steve?
Yeah, and I think, the good-hearted nature of the staff we have, they're all willing to do anything that they need to do to get the job done. And as we are spread over, and I hope folks can see, just sewer, water, streets, storm, parks, facilities, general development management, it's a lot. And these specialties that are coming out of, now what is not left field, but 10 years ago left field, based on these national mandates, we have a lot of work that we have to tear Sarah away from doing stuff, and Larissa, I don't do a lot. I mean, those two do everything we do for us at a minimum. We can do much more as an agency for the benefit of the system, as well as the outreach. We just can't get to it all. And I think right sizing, and Kevin asked, my priority, because obviously we put 2 FTEs in there. And my priority is this over the engineer, because this will begin to right size the work of the other 2 folks who do all this work. But it's important work, annual site inspections. I don't expect everybody to know, but through the low impact design manuals expansion for site management and stormwater development rules, there's sites now, each home may have its own stormwater element on it, like low impact design, biopond, biopod, a rain garden. By the rules, those have to be inspected annually. So even though they're private sites, they're part of the overall system. And we are responsible for our MS4, right, our municipal stormwater system, as it hits our discharge point, which is the Snoqualmie. So we do have a heightened discharge requirement over and above maybe other agencies who aren't near a major tributary to the Puget Sound via a river, so there's some that are a little more landlocked, but it is an important element. It is now, a relatively standard position in many agencies, because there's just so much to coordinate. It's not an engineer and it's not an assistant, it's kind of in the middle as far as the type of person who does it. But they're busy folks. They're responsible for a lot. They coordinate with operations. They coordinate with superintendent and new project development. They will participate somewhat in development review of stormwater improvements and inspections. So there is a reimbursable element to their role. Certainly in the first 2 years, when a site is still under management by the builder before they are relieved from their maintenance obligations, the first couple of years would be also development review eligible and expense, because they be out checking on the developer's obligations side as a city, but they're kind of in like the building department. Once it turns over to a homeowner, Brian and James and the portion of Laura, they have to facilitate supporting the existing homeowner now that has these elements on their property, which You know, right now it's a very small percentage, but as we move forward, all design is required to participate in LID improvements first before they can even consider going to standard stormwater management. So it is more common in education outreach. I mean, you guys have seen all the stuff with painting the storm drain and adopt a storm drain. That's staff arranging all that work, which you can all see 5 years ago, we didn't have to do that.
Yeah.
So we've absorbed those roles in-house. And again, there's so much we want to do. And don't get me wrong, we all are working here because we get to do the variety of work we do, but at some point there's too many meatballs on top of the spaghetti and they're just falling off the plate. So yes, we're full and well fed, but we're at a point where we can't function.
And I think what Steve, what we should look at is MS4 is not going to go away. MS4 has, these requirements, which are national, they come from the EPA. They're not going to be reduced. And in fact, there's every indication coming from Washington, DC, that they're going to be expanded because stormwater is still not really under control in a large places. And I had to say, the Washington Department of Ecology is also not. These are expanding roles, and so as we keep kind of putting them on as a partial job for a number of years, we're going to start getting to a point where we are missing the seams between this portion and that portion because it's done by 2 or 3 different people, and we run the risk of not just being out of compliance, but actually just not doing the right thing and not doing our work properly for stormwater.
And the Department of Ecology is very, very rigorous, and we've been in contact with them, what is it, Tuesday? I don't know, 2 or 3 times already this week on site issues and management for development communities at at our staff's, kind of oversight and contact. So Mr. Fisher's put in, I think he said 9 hours of training that he can't get to in the workday, that he's had to do because, you see the one item on there, CESCL, all these requirements of all of our staff. So it's a lot.
Yep, it's to the point where it really needs a specialist, and that's what that's why it's coming in the biennium, because we've sort of reached that point where, as we saw, the drawdown of the 2 project managers, where we've lost them and lost that expertise, we realized just how much work is actually being handled by 3 or 4 different people in the office, and really needs to be consolidated. We can if we wait for a full-on review of how the workflow should be, I think we're running the risk of really not supporting this program as well as we need to be in compliance. So that was stormwater. Communications manager.
Mr. Rothfeld, we had a few hands up on that one.
Oh, sorry, because I'm seeing the things. I don't see anybody's hands up. Sorry.
Completely okay. So I think I saw Councilmember Brodnicki's hand first.
Yeah, I just wanted to inject a little comment here about my observation from the last 14 years, and that is Mr. Laniszewski has done an outstanding job in the times that he has worked for the city in managing the organization. And I think, this is something that's really important when we consider this, because the city, when I came on board, was at 3,800 approximately. And now we're more than double that. And we've increased our infrastructure, our pipes, there's new roads, there's new developments. We have another new section coming in. So I really don't know how they manage all of that with increased regulations on top of this. And yet we've more than doubled. And yet I think we're even less than when I came on council almost 15 years ago. So I really think this is something we have to consider, because we can't manage our operations this way. And if something falls through the cracks, especially when we talk about, our infrastructure and the pipes and all those things, the roads, the systems, the snow plows, all of this engineering, that to me is a real priority. I mean, at the base level, that has to be taken care of. So I think it's really important getting that person that needs to be in the organization so they can run it appropriately. And you really, if we talk about cost savings, saying no may cost us more than saying yes to some of these things. So that's just my commentary on that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Lingle.
Yeah, thank you. I would like more information on this one, in particular, because I recently reviewed the job descriptions for our project managers, which includes environmental work. And those job descriptions, or that job description, is quite old. It's dated 2014. So to adequately evaluate this proposal, I would like to have discussion around those job descriptions so I can see how all of this fits together. Again, and there really are not, one of the things that I noticed about those job descriptions, which is different than what we're doing in building and permits, which I think is a good practice, is those job descriptions don't have any educational requirements, to a point that our director of public works has made before is, and I don't disagree with this, is people that have been out there doing work are often quite capable. But what we are doing in building in permits is when we have someone internally doing things like project management, we set goals around their getting certifications, and the city pays for it. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's working very well over in building and permits. So I would like more information on this one, and I'd like to do it as a discussion around the job descriptions for project managers.
Yeah, I need to comment. I think that's a perfectly valid way of doing it, because as we said, a lot of these things could have been done as a secondary and auxiliary job for a project manager in the past, but they've overgrown that. So, I think that makes sense for us to look at. This should be taken off of some of the project managers because they have enough stuff that they're going to be coming into. And I think Steve's looking like he's written it down, that's something we can do.
Thanks.
Can I make a comment on that?
Yes, Director Laniszewski, please do.
Just to clarify too, this is not peeling work off of the project management group. This is certainly the assistant engineer, as well as Sarah, who I don't even know what we call her. She does everything else that nobody can get to. So GIS, point of contact, stormwater program management, everything else. So this is kind of peeling work from those two. Not much of this has been done by the project management group, because they've had project management roles to work through. I know Daniel is listening in. I don't want to get down too deep, but any changes to existing job descriptions do have union impact. So not that there isn't conversation to have, but there's no guarantee, and it's normally time to do that when we are open in the contract. So with that said too, I know we are going through a salary study, which is looking at the duties. So I don't want to take away from that work or get ahead of it even. So to be clear, on the stormwater program coordinator, that doesn't exist. So that will have a brand new job description. It will also, per union contract, require review and approval on their side. So I guess I think that's all my points on that topic. So I have some concern that marrying the two together will lead us to nowhere, but I mean, we'll have to do what we have to do. So.
Well, I'm not taking a position on this one way or the other. I just want more information. I want a little different discussion. And I don't really care if a position is union or not, because we're always giving our non-represented people the same benefits for parity purposes. So I'm not, if this is union, it's fine with me. I don't care. Just so this to me is not about whether a position is union or not. I understand the rules though about the union. So I just want a bigger discussion.
Thank you. Any other council members want to comment on this position? Councilmember Naplin and then Councilmember Schaefer.
So I brought this up the last time it was brought to the council, I guess it was just 2 weeks ago, that this position creates a very obvious and significant deficit. The revenue will be about at least $200,000 short and potentially growing. So I'm trying to understand what the plan is, because I don't approve, I don't feel comfortable approving a position if there isn't a plan to pay for that position. So the other question I have is we're a small city. I mean, Carnation has stormwater issues too. They're right by the river. They don't have a stormwater program coordinator. I know they're a smaller city, but obviously every city can't afford a stormwater program coordinator. And often small cities, there are multiple duties that a person has to do. So will this be a working coordinator? Could it relieve some of the maintenance worker time that's allocated, because this person would also be out there working, doing some of the duties that maintenance workers are? I don't know. I'm just trying to understand. Either I need to see an offset in cost, or someone needs to tell me how much we're going to have to raise stormwater rates, because if I just do a quick calculation, it's well over 20% increase to pay for this position in our monthly rates that we charge the community. So I need to know which one you're planning on. And if you're planning on one, then I need it to be brought forward, because I think we need to decide on both together.
Director Lynchevsky, did you want to respond, or did you want to get back to council on this one?
Reviewing the budget, I know Dana's here somewhere, but I think, what was the 25%? What was the number operating in the red percent?
I'd have to pull it up.
So I guess a couple points on spreading the workload. And I don't know if there's a dollar slide in here. This position is, what was the total, Dina?
I'm getting to it, getting there. There we get, almost, there we go.
Maybe skip it.
Yeah, do you want the first slide? Sorry.
Just the cost for the person.
Oh, the cost for the person. Okay, let me go backwards. Okay. This is the 2022 cost, so it's about half, 0.5 of an FTE.
Right, so stormwater program, and it's not a manager, it is a coordinator. It is.
Yeah.
The rate isn't firm, but we're in the $82,000 a year range, so it's around there. It's under there. That's with benefits. So the further slide that you had for some revenue offsets.
Okay.
So pushing and pulling the levers around on pushing existing staff into the support roles for, like we just heard, for capital. There's some estimates here based on a 5% of a contract PM. Right, like Randy said, if we program 20% in and they're 13 to 15, we obviously are the balance. And we did the conservative approach at 5%. Again, you could go to 7, but we just picked 5% of the contract cost for projects in place with contracts in place, except for the 4th train, which is estimated at this point via the CIP, as well as the storm portion for the 142nd sidewalk job. So you could see a relaxation of $97,000 worth of staff time to shift around, and then the development review portion of this person. I think there certainly is some time. I wouldn't go over 5% for coordinated work on storm activities with the crew. Larissa kind of oversees a lot of that now. And I guess an overall concept of budgeting is, we know we're not going to do something we can't afford. And I know the numbers may not express that, but we, just like we reorg with operations, we have to right size things. I can't have myself and all these staff members doing a marathon at a sprinter's pace. There's too much work. So if it means we need to show a fee to cover it at 4% increase, where the number is, we will come back and do that. It's too important. There's fines and repercussions from ecology that we as an agency can't, we can't have that risk. So we will, I'm not sure how we have a bigger discussion and when we have a bigger discussion and what that looks like. So I know I will take that and bring some information back. I would expect maybe at the next cow. But I understand the financing side of it, but I hope, I don't want to sound like a squeaky wheel, but I'm fairly certain, I believe most of you believe there's way too much work for the people that we have here to do. So we either change what work we do deploy, or we have to start making some, some operational additions. So. I know Member Naplin has her hand up, but there's several others that we haven't heard from, and I want to provide them an opportunity as well. So is there anyone else that would like to comment or ask a question on this particular position right now? Councilmember Schaefer.
Okay, well, this is slightly off the current topic, but we did discuss about the increased regulatory requirements and our obligation to meet those. But more importantly, we need to think about why those regulations are in place, and that's essentially to protect the Snoqualmie River, which obviously we're a major metropolitan area on the Snoqualmie River. We have a obligation to protect that river and everything that we put in, including, of course, our stormwater. So in my mind, if this position allows us to do that better, which I believe it will, we should support this position. And if it requires an increase in fees, then so be it. No matter what is out there, we have the obligation to protect the ecology of the Snoqualmie River.
Thank you, Councilmember Schaefer. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this? It hasn't yet. Right, Councilmember Naplin, did you want to continue, or do we want to move on to the next item?
I'll be super quick. What I'm trying to understand is, what I've been told is this stormwater program coordinator, the work that person would do was being accomplished by a lot of other people. So can there be a shift? Project manager A had 18% of their time allocated to stormwater. Project manager B, 13% allocated to stormwater. City engineer, 20% allocated to stormwater. So the question is if all of those people were doing all these different components, that now you are hiring someone to be dedicated at it, which potentially could be a more efficient way of operating. Is there some adjustment in those other positions that would offset? Because right now, all the positions that used to be doing this work, you're going to hire a stormwater program coordinator, are still being charged to stormwater on top of the new. And so that's what I'm trying to get at. I understand we need the position and it potentially could be more efficient, but is that now relieving some of those other positions that had been allocated to this duty to now be deployed on some other, now they maybe have more time to work on water and sewer? I don't know. That's the point I'm trying to make. It sounds like an accounting game, but you try to make the accounting represent reality. And if reality is this person's going to take on a whole bunch of stuff that a bunch of different people used to have to do, it's a real, anyway, I hope that makes sense, because otherwise it really will show a deficit in that fund and we will have to deal with it. So if that's real, it's real, but if it's not.
So I guess the reality is not driving Dana crazy. I think there's many factors at play here, to the tune of, we had two, not that they did the work, but you're also reallocating. We haven't reallocated anything yet, but you have two PMs, right, who are on top scale plus longevity, right? So that's a budget difference that is likely to be expected. At minimum, somebody may come in, let's say, qualified top scale to replace a PM, but you've got longevity ads already in there. We have other things moving. If we are taking, it sounds like there's council support. We haven't had a vote or anything, but in full to start allocating capital program work to the capital funds, right? That offboards some of those existing salary in the operational fund. So I know Dana, Dana's got to cook these books where she's got to go do all the math, and the spreadsheet's monstrous. So I guess knowing there's hope, she'll do the work on our behalf. But it's going to be a boatload of work. So I think it's just something, one, understanding it's possible. Two, I hear what you're saying, and that can be done. But I would say, really, if there's no snowball's chance, in what to get it, then I don't know that I would ask Dana to do the work. But it's part of her job, I guess. But it's a lot of manipulation of a monster spreadsheet. So.
Our city administrator, Mr. Oppel, has his hand up.
Yeah, one of the things is, and I think you're kind of coming, I think what you're trying to talk about, Councilmember Napolitan, is as we review the workload when the new project managers come online, is to define correctly which funds they should be being paid for by the amount of work they're doing. I think that's a continuous thing that can happen, and it doesn't necessarily mean that Dana every week is and Steve are looking every week. But yes, systematically, that doesn't mean that there's still not going to be some stormwater things that are going to be done. But we can't really do that until we can really, honestly, we're going to have to get the program coordinator online and find out how much workload they hold. We're going to have to get project managers online and find out how much of their workload is in stormwater, how much is in sewer, how much. That's kind of after the fact. You have to figure out what they're actually doing, and then make a rough estimate of how you fee it. Where the fees come from. Are they coming from stormwater fees, sewer fees? Are they coming from general fund because they're doing general fund work? But it's very hard to prognosticate that until we actually get those people online and look at how much work that they're actually doing, and then you review it every once in a while.
Thank you. We had Councilmember Brodnicki's hand.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I think at this point, looking at what I see in front of me with the stormwater program coordinator and how Steve has pulled all this together, I would defer to his expertise. That's what we hired him to do. I'm going to trust that, I can't sit here and try to make a determination and pull this all apart to say he should do this or we should do that. I fully trust, after observing him for over 10 years, that he's going to know what to do. When I hire people, I don't get into their work to the degree that I feel like I'm sitting here looking at this. So we pay our workers, our staff, to do this kind of work and to present to us. And I just feel confident with his decision. And throughout the years, the way we go through the budget and how we pull out of the various buckets to pay for these things, it's always worked. I have never seen us so flush. And I know we have good people working for us. So I'm feeling really confident, but I'm not confident if we don't make some sort of decision in regards to operations and management. And now we have a city administrator, so we have another great addition to the organization. So I'm kind of a hands off the organization because I'm more into the policy. And I'm going to say that for me, I'm really comfortable with what Steve's proposing.
Thank you, Councilmember Brodnicki. Councilmember Lingle?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate, there is a package of things we are looking here in Public Works. And we need to figure out the whole revenue strategy for these items. And we need to do that, in my view, along with this budget discussion. We do not have a hard date of December 31st. We can, if we have to continue discussion around right-sizing Public Works, we can do that. We, in fact, probably should do that over a period of time because it's a complicated situation. This has nothing to do with the competence of our director. He has long ago proven himself. So I'm looking at this from a holistic perspective, and I just want to discuss it further. I know we have other positions to look at tonight, so I just want us to, I'd like us to move on, frankly. And, you know, this is a big, you know, right-sizing Public Works is something we've discussed. So this is not, we just need to do that. But do we have to do it tonight? No, I don't think so. So I just want to hear the other positions if possible.
Councilmember McHenry?
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly say, because I agree, I'm sure it's time to move on to the next one for now. This really makes sense. I definitely like to see people less randomized in terms of the tasks that they have to work on in their jobs. And it's nice to consolidate, but definitely Councilmember Naplin's point about where, you know, where is this relieving from, you know, and so because I think it's really important to understand if this is going to cause a big rate increase at some point soon. So I really would like to hear more about that. Obviously not tonight, but just going forward, that would help. And to Councilmember Langle's point, it is very much, you know, there's a lot of interconnection here. So just seeing that big picture helps as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Hoag?
Thank you. I'm going to be brief because it sounds like we're ready to move on, but I do support Councilmember Naplin's thoughts and ideas behind this. I think that it's really important to us to look at if it's going to be causing a deficit in that in stormwater. We need to know it, and we need to know how it's going to affect our customers. So I support you, Councilmember Naplin, in that.
Right. Anything further, or are we moving on to the next position? Right, let's move on.
So communications manager, this is another position which things have sort of slowly built up, doing a little work over here, PIO work over there, here, and so forth. And I think it's been in sharp relief with the pandemic and the lack and how much people expect now out of social media and other types of communication that, say, 3 or 4 years ago, even 2 years ago, people didn't expect. Tonight is a good example. And it's not something we orchestrated. We're having a hard time getting it on the right Facebook page, and not due to us. We're trying what we can, but we're not specialists, and we're moving into a world where communications is the key. One of the things that the council members talk about all the time is we got to communicate with the people. We got to hear from them. We have to get that thing to say, well, that'll be a portion of one of our police officers, or maybe our police clerk if we get a police clerk. That'll be part of their job, and part of this job will also be over in engineering, in public works, and maybe a little bit will be over here. Kind of is convoluting what is the real message is. We need to get a communication strategy. We need to make sure that we're communicating better with our population, and having that information flow two ways is what communications managers do. I know we're a small town, but we're also we're also not not that small either. We do need to communicate fairly well with all our businesses, and with the growth, it's going to be even more. If you look at the latest, the moratorium, Steve had to do a lot of work to create a package so people understood what was going to happen in the moratorium. A lot of that work should have been done by a professional who does this as their background. And I'll say that the position description I got, a colleague of mine is the director of communications at CTAC. This came from a search that he helped the city of Kent do, which is obviously much larger, but they have 14 people on their communications department. I'm not saying we need 14, but for a city of 130,000, they have 14 people because it's that important. I think the fact that it's a limited time gives us ability to see if we can get a communication strategy ready, a global communication strategy for us, and then see whether this is really something we need to have as a long-term position that continues on as an FTE, or whether this could be something that could be maybe a part-time or shared with another city. But I do think we need to get ourselves on the right track, because we're not. If you look at our Facebook page, we just don't have the horsepower that we need to be communicating with our population and having them communicate with us well. So I guess that's the background for this. I think before the pandemic, probably everything would have been fine, but the way that the world has changed in the last 2 years is pretty pretty amazing, especially when it comes to communication. So
Thank you, Mr. Oppel. I'm going to pause for a second because we did go past 9:30, so we do need a vote from council to extend.
Mayor Mike Remington, I move that we continue our meeting past 9:30.
Second.
Mayor,
Yes, council member.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I will have to probably leave here in just a couple minutes. I have to be somewhere at 3 a.m. So I am familiar with the assistant city engineer position though, so I don't feel like I'm too offbeat. So if I can be excused, I would appreciate that.
Absolutely, council member.
Thank you very much, and good discussion this evening.
Thank you. And moving on, do we have a second to extend the meeting?
Second, Schaefer.
All right, we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Remington, a second by Councilmember Schaefer to extend the meeting past 9:30. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. Mr. Oppel, you may continue.
I mean, I think that was the major input, is that this is one of those ones we talk about. You don't want to make, you don't just bring in new things willy-nilly in the middle of a biennium, but this is one of the things which we've really identified as a shortfall. And not just for, the staff position, but for the entire city. So I want to miss, I said I want if I don't miss the fact that with emergency disaster situations, we really need to have a professional who's the one who goes out. I think Mayor Pro Tem Remington and myself were both experienced in emergency operations. And while the people are running the operations center, you need to have somebody who's able to walk outside and give a very good, succinct and understandable message. And that's one of the things we need out of a communications manager. We need that sort of thing before it happens. We can't try to figure it out on the fly.
Do we have any council member questions or comments on that one? Councilmember Schaefer.
So would this person be responsible for the Duvall website, Facebook, either, well, I assume we'd have, if we want any kind of major overhaul in those, they'd be responsible for, coordinating a contractor or whoever. Is that correct?
Yes, I think they would be the first point of contact for that. We need to get, I think we need to get that expertise in here to make sure that, well, even to identify, so what are we missing? Because I don't I don't know if I know what we're missing and what's
Mhm.
best practices.
Yeah, no, exactly. And why, the other question I have is why a limited term for this? Why not just permanent?
I think it's a fair, well, I don't know if the mayor wants to speak to that.
Yeah, Mr. Oppel, I'm Administrator Oppel, I'm happy to speak that. This is a big shift for the city, but it's also been a high priority for council. It's been a high priority of mine when I was on council and as mayor. There has been continuous concern about the general fund and funding positions. And so making this limited term at the outset seemed like the best chance to get it approved by council. I will say that frankly, we had what we would call unicorns helping us out for the last several years with the starting of communications from the police department under the leadership of Chief Hurt. And then moving into public works, we had a project manager who was interested and learned, and not only learned, but excelled in a way that I've never seen somebody excel without the college training, and it had a natural knack for it. And I think, quite frankly, the city has gotten along as well as we have, because we've had some extraordinarily talented people that have been willing to do a few hours at a time to do the work.
Sure.
This really is, even for our city's size, a full-time job, if not more. And to City Administrator Oppel's point, having been in an emergency management PIO position, the last thing you want is one of your staff members who's supposed to be working in your emergency operations center doing other functions or driving snowplow or other things out also doing the communications work, especially if you have a major event. This is honestly a natural step for the city, but I think we also recognize that council has challenges when we do bring positions forward. But this was also communications is identified as a high priority of the council at our recent retreat. And this is the avenue we believe will get us to where everyone needs, and it will also provide support for council as well. City Administrator Oppel.
And I'll admit, one of the concerns I have is if we make it a limited term, it will be harder for us to get a highly qualified candidate. It will be harder. I think we can still find one. And again, I've worked with my colleague from who I went to University of Washington with, who's at CTAC. He says he wants to help me. He'll help us do the search. He'll find somebody, or help us find somebody. But it will be more difficult for us to find, a certain quality of person, because they're looking at us. Hey, I've got 2 years. I don't know. I may not want to go to that position. I may go to a little bit less paid or not as desirable position because I know I've got some job security. So I do understand, your point. It is limited. That may be a negative. I think it was just more of we need to get it in. And I think what we'll see is the value of it will be so clear that people will be able to say, yeah, no, we think that that's a good expense of taxpayer dollars.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
All right. So I guess the next question, were there any concerns about the position at this point before we move on to the next one? Because I think in general, I think Mr. Oppel and others need to be able to have some feedback as we move forward in this process. Councilmember Hoag?
Didn't have any concerns about this position. My only concern was whether we really needed a full-time position, because we have been doing it as part-time. So that's my only concern, because if we can't fund all 6 positions, what are we going to do? Or, yeah.
So I will share one. So one of the key things here too, for example, is that we've lost our staffing for our cultural commission. So there are other things that a communications director can do. And there is definitely just website maintenance and other items alone are more than full-time work for a communications person at the city. When you add in town halls, community meetings, and those items, the extensive preparation time to get those ready to go and be the primary person outside of the elected officials who communicate with the community, that in itself is probably 20 hours a week, give or take.
And the support that's going to help with a new city clerk coming in and allowing them to focus on the clerk duties and not on the, how do I stream this? How do I publish this? There is other things. So it's going to be more, some of these things that probably should have been in communications, but we didn't have a communications person, would now be loaded onto them in the right place where they're more organic and also probably more efficient.
Councilmember Brodnicki.
I think this is definitely new. Had to think about this for a while. But in today's world with communications and how important it is for organizations, again, I mean, I personally hire communications people to work for me on occasion. And we have issues with when there's storms and there's public safety issues, and there are all kinds of moments where we really need to make sure that the person who is there and putting the information out to the community is someone that has the right information and is delivering it in the proper way. And really, we don't want to be paying people like an engineer to be doing this job. It needs to be appropriated to the right type of person. We're a town where people get very engaged in community discussion. And so sometimes I go out there and see what they're saying. And, I really wish we had a communications person so that our citizens could get the proper information. Because the last thing I want for the citizens is to be afraid because they don't know what the real information is. And having somebody like that to do that service to them and that outreach is going to be important, I think.
Thank you, Councilmember Brodnicki. I'm not seeing any further hands, so I think we can move on to the next one.
So what you're going to see in a later slide is I have these categories. You'll notice none of the categories are, wow, it would be great to have. What this is really trying to identify some of the workload that has not been properly identified and put into the right place. This is another one. I didn't have it in the top group, but it's still, I think it's still quite important to have an assistant city engineer to help with a lot of the plans and reports, the GIS and all these things that have been spread around to allow them to do much better, more focused work and let everybody kind of focus in their area. Again, Steve, I think can talk best about exactly what the assistant city engineer is going to do, which helps even when we get the project managers back, or when we fill those positions that are right now empty, that we still have a need for this position, because there's a lot of capital projects and there's a lot of charge-offs, I think is what Steve has a slide on, to say that they'll be funded through some of the projects that they support. Steve?
At Impact Northwest, our mission is to prevent homelessness.
I didn't do that. Sorry, I have many screens open, but I don't have any audio. So I think, like Kevin said earlier, he asked staff to prioritize, obviously, 1 and 2. This is my second. It's certainly reasonable to defer, knowing stormwater is primary, knowing stormwater work will be peeled off of other folks. I think, the intent with Larissa and, her being the city engineer is to expand the role she's in, but also to then provide that oversight to the capital programming that we need to deploy. And you all have seen the list of projects that we need to deploy. So I think, coming back at another meeting, going over and what I've heard, adjustments in expectations of how staff are allocated, conservatism and revenue maybe isn't working and we need to push the envelope. I mean, just sitting here now looking at stormwater rates, I'm guessing the revenue side is light relative to the actual receipted dollars today, knowing where we are going to tomorrow. And I think there's some justification in some of those offsets. So, looking at some of the other things to bring us to what is shown as eating into the fund balance on an operational deficit annually in the storm fund in particular. There are other programs that we have nibbled down as operational costs on, catch basin factoring citywide. It's programmatic now. It's saving us time. It's then in turn saving us money. So I'm not too concerned. This is harder to explain in the sense of prioritization. I think there's plenty of work. It needs to get done. Offboarding the stormwater stuff from the two folks in the office here will be helpful to determine what we need to get done. But I think backfilling just the sheer amount of capital work that two project managers are going to need to deploy, and yet we still need to do, a street sweeping request for service. Striping, we use the county. Is that the right way to go? We don't have time to analyze, the dollars and cents of what we do on some things because there just isn't time, but we still need road striped, and that's just a contract with the county. So there's lots of work. I'm not trying to not upsell this. It's just you can see the list. Currently 6 staff do everything the city needs to deploy from a relative work perspective on everything, and it's just not enough. And I know we've talked about trying to get reprieve on it's for little things like from $25,000 to $35,000, right? That's great, but every time we do something over that, there's work involved. Kevin's trying to bring that to the forefront. I'm sorry, our city administrator Opel, in recognizing time, right? It's an agenda bill takes, call it an hour and a half. Every time we do something, it's that minimum just to present work to you folks. That doesn't include, staff support, program work, general questions. God forbid we're in a moratorium, so there's just an inordinate amount of work trying to get done. Every time we turn around, we add another tool to the toolbox like asset management, which you see there, but again, it takes work to maintain it. So just a lot of work to get done.
And one of the things that I just want to bounce off on what Steve said was we have a lot of work being done at a level that's higher and higher paid than it should be. So when Steve is working on, something for, for a project, his rate, where he's supposed to be focusing on and what we're paying him for, it's, I've said to a couple of you, it's kind of like asking our city attorney to paint the building. He can do it, but why are we going to pay him to paint the building? We need to get some of these positions which can do the job at the right rate of pay, instead of saying, well, Steve could do it. I mean, he does it. Larissa does it, but are they the right person, and is that the right level of work? There's no really people to offload to. I don't know if I'm saying that right, Steve, if you say offloading, but we get a lot of work and it's all being pushed up at the top. And that's not really an efficient use of our time and expense.
Councilmember Naplin.
I just want to express support for what Councilmember Langle had said earlier about, I think we do need some more of these technical skills. And when I look at, some of the positions that are managing projects or, just part of the engineering project teams in public works, you can get GIS, skills, things like that. And I think her idea of requiring some kind of training to help assist Larissa and some of the other staff, because you're right, Larissa shouldn't be the one always having to do some of this other work that often other positions take care of, because you want to be using, your staff in the most efficient, cost-effective way. And so just looking at this list of what we need, I'm trying to get on board with, more positions than I originally, knee-jerk felt comfortable with. But I'm wondering, sometimes it's not as much about just adding more bodies, because we are pulling off work from some of these other positions. We're trying to streamline. But I do see some things in here that, asset management, layers, GIS, and PDS support. I mean, I'm just wondering if there can be some of that we could require training and certification in the project managers that we hire, or perhaps have one project manager and one project engineer. Just a rebalancing of staffing. It's really hard to be asked for 6 positions all at once when we've added quite a few positions in the last couple of years. And so I'm just trying to find a way to be supportive, and I can't be supportive of 6. I see each one of them has needs, but I don't think we can add 6 employees to get all those needs met. So I'm trying to find a way to get on board and meet the needs. And I think there's a way to get there without, potentially a way to get there without all 6. And so I'm hoping there can be some creativity if council, and I don't know how everyone else feels, if there's some feedback that we can't quite get on board, is there a way you can come back with a proposal that we would be more comfortable with?
Councilmember Hoag and then Mayor Pro Tem Remington.
So these are numbers that I had looked at years ago, and now I'm looking at them again. I appreciate Director Mason sending us this, budget by line item. And that helps me try and understand what's going on. But our salaries have increased by 2.244 million in salaries and benefits since 2017. And almost half of that is just what's being requested from 2021 to 2022. So that's huge when you look at these numbers. And I don't know if, maybe there's a better way to look at this and kind of see how much, when you look at the budgeted amount, that's really not your actuals, right? So how much of it is that we have vacancies? So maybe that 2.24 million might not be accurate, because we're looking at a budget amount versus actual amounts, right? So I almost feel like I need to see actuals and budgeted for all the years, because that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money in 4 years. So I find it concerning, but I see the need for the position. So I agree with Councilmember Naplin. I'd like to see something come forward that maybe some of the positions aren't full-time, or so that's where I'm at.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Remington.
Thank you, Mayor. I look at all these positions, it's just a big lift. Even if we all agree that they're all important, and even if we have the money to pay for them, it's a big lift. So I appreciate everybody's comments on council and the importance of taking a look at these, and how much can we move forward. I like the fact that some are LTEs. You say, well, gee, if it's important, then why this 2 or 3 year window? Well, it's a foot in the door. It's a chance for council to say, look, we're trying this out. It's new for us. It allows us to let somebody we're hiring know that, look, we don't know exactly where this is going. In general, LTEs get turned into FTEs. And because we say, yeah, this is important, let's continue it. But it tells somebody you're hiring, hey, so it's a nice way to approach it. Maybe not the best way, but because as Mr. Oppel said, If I'm applying for a job, I'd kind of rather take a full-time job than take something that's, it might end here. So that's something we have to look at. This particular position, I think it's, I've learned a lot from Dot, Councilmember Langle. But there are several things that I think that are important with this position. One is there's just a lot going on with CIP that's going to take a lot of time. I think her figure was we had spent like $1.9 million outside the city and hiring consultants to do the work. And, maybe we can transition some of that and do more in-house. It also means transition. Directors aren't here forever. And how nice to have another engineer that we can help develop that person and someday maybe take a leadership role. We're pretty much minimum staff. So what do we do when someone gets sick? Somebody's on vacation, they're on childcare leave, maternity, paternity leave. There's nice people are gone. And how nice to have that additional staff where there's someone that can kind of work across different things. So, and I'm like everybody else, this is a big lift, and I don't know that I'd say every position, but I'd certainly like to try to get as many as we can. Nobody wants to hire somebody and lay people off later. That's not the way we like to work. But, right now our budget's pretty solid. We're going to do long range financial planning so we can say, how's it look in the future? But cities and businesses on a regular basis hire folks and they lay folks off. And just because we might have to lay somebody off or not have the finances in the future doesn't mean we shouldn't take care of business today for all the development and things going on. So that's, I've got a lot in my mind that spins through on these. I'm glad council is taking the time to ask questions and try to understand. And I do think on some of these, we'll need to look at some options. Just trying to add all these positions seems like a lot. But as I review them, there isn't anyone I'd cut out. Communications, at Bellevue, City of Bellevue, nearly every single department had their own communications person. We called ours community liaison. They're not just about communication, but they spend a ton of time doing that. It's not just updating Facebook, but today you're on Twitter, you're on Instagram, and it just keeps going. And I'll give a specific example. Now, this isn't related to city engineer, but to communications. When 124th closes, that affects our lives out here more than anybody realizes. And I'm looking at Facebook and people go, where's the Duvall Police Department? How come they're not out here? Well, we'd gotten a message that the mayor, they were going to have a police officer during a certain period of the day. But how nice if we'd communicated with our citizens and they knew what the time period is. And so I'm struggling because I see the needs, but how we accomplish this, and that's the challenge being a council member. We have to try to figure this out. Is it a real need? Do we need it now? Do we transition over a period of time? Do we delay 6 months before we start something? It's a tough one for every single one of us, but I'm glad you're bringing them forward. I think the directors have done a good job of trying to show us what the need is. I think intuitively, we all know that the staff's overworked. So I appreciate you bringing them forward. This particular one, I think, is very important, especially listening to Councilmember Langall, her experience and the need to help support public works. Most cities, stormwater and sewer are one department. A separate department is transportation. A separate department is parks. A separate department is water. And you know what? We got one department doing all of it. So, I take that into account. Some folks look at what we're doing here, especially with our own sewer, right? A lot of these cities don't. They just pay Metro and they don't have to have all the staff. So anyway, this is a tough one. It's a big lift, but I'm glad we're looking at it. I think this is the right direction and the right group to try to figure it out together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember McHenry.
Yeah, I just want to echo a lot of what's already been said. So I'll try to bring a few unique things. But, I think in general, as I've mentioned before, it's really important to pull off those things that are randomizing people in their jobs. They have their core function, but then they over time start getting random assignments and they tend to stick over time, and that can really decrease the efficiency. So I do really appreciate this effort. I think hearing that many of us would want to see some options, alternatives, I think it's crucial to know what is absolutely critical for right now. And I know the argument can be made, all of them. I mean, I don't look at any of these slides and think we don't need that. I mean, that didn't pop into my head at all. So the question is, what needs to happen right now at this moment? What can wait until when we're in the actual budget process next year, looking at the big picture and where we'll really get to see the kind of data that we need to understand all this on a better level. So I think I've said that all before. For me personally, I see the police positions as absolutely critical right now. They absolutely need those. Those are the ones for me that are the most important. Doesn't mean I don't believe any of these other ones are important too. It's just, what do we need right now at this moment? And is it critical? So those kinds of choices, options, alternatives would be really helpful, knowing what we can pick from. And like I said, I do understand the argument can be made, well, all of them right now, but realistically, what are some fair options that we can also consider?
Thank you, Councilmember McHenry. Anyone else? Councilmember Schaefer.
Just a quick comment, essentially reiterating what Councilmember McHenry just said. Some of these positions are critical. We need them near term. Those are the ones we need to consider first, hopefully get those out of the way, then work our way down, down the list. But this isn't something that we can put off till next year or whatever. We have to act soon on these. The police department positions, the stormwater manager position, those comes to mind as top priorities in my mind. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Any other discussions on these? We can move on.
So, I mean, the horse is almost dead if it hasn't been beaten to death yet. But the police clerk is one, and it's something that Mike and I have talked, Chief Duvall and I have talked about. It is something, again, where a lot of things are being done by police officers right now, that, or by other stuff that probably don't need to be resident there. We can continue on with it. You're going to see in the next slide, which is what I think Councilmember McHenry was hoping to see, is a little bit of a prioritization. This is not to say this is not an important thing, but we can absorb not having this position filled better than some of the other ones. But that doesn't mean that we are not behind. We're behind we have an increase in public records request. We have potential for body worn cameras. There's requirements soon for what is it, December 1st or January 1st? I'm trying to remember, Chief Duvall, when every questioning has to be done by a video camera with audio. And then we have to store that and take care of it. We're behind on evidence destruction, not to a level where we have any sort of illegal, there's nothing that's wrong. It's just we need to catch up to where we should have been, because we just didn't have this position for some while. We're not gonna be able to go paperless as quickly until we get this position. Can we live with it right now? Yes, but we're sort of, we're sort of continually falling behind slightly every day, a little bit back. We eventually need this police clerk because there's a lot of things that are not being done that need to get done. And especially if we want to go towards body worn cameras, we have a good police force. The officers I've talked to right now want cameras, because they know that if you're a good police officer and you're doing your job right, you don't mind being on camera, because your interaction is going to be valid and you now have evidence of it. Problem is, that takes a huge amount of administrative overhead, upwards of 1 FTE just to do body camera redactions. And we don't even have the police clerk. I mean, so that's another one we haven't even got to yet. And so this police clerk is valid, it's vital. I think if we go to the next slide, and we can go back, but I just want to show you 2 slides. There it is, the prioritization. It's still essential, in my opinion. It just may be something we can, we can maybe hold off on, but we can only hold off so long before we finally get to a point where we just can't catch up anymore. And I don't want to just jump through some of the other slides, but to Council Member McHenry's point, I think the 2 that are absolutely vital are that we need to really push on in the near term, because then I would love to get a vote tonight, but if we can't, in 2 weeks, some more is the stormwater program manager, because there is every day we could be the point where we're not being in compliance, and not because Steve didn't do a fantastic job or Larissa or anybody else isn't doing a great job, but because there's just too much there. We need to make sure we never go out of compliance with that. Communication manager, for the reasons I said, and then I think police recruit. If we had the 2 critical ones, police recruit is a little higher. Those 3, I mean, I really think are vital. We've got to do those. I put 1 in critical because I kind of wanted to split them up a little bit more, but that's the 3 which I say we've really got to move on. The other ones, if we need more information, or if there's some other things, so be it. I think there's still valid points to them, but maybe that those were a little less, slightly less prioritized. I don't know if you want to talk about the police recruit or the police clerk, or if we want to just talk in general terms, but I'm ready for either.
Great. Our city administrator is asking for some direction and clarification. Does anybody want to start that momentum? Councilmember Brodnicki.
Totally supportive what the city administrator, Mr. Apple, had suggested. So that's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Schaefer.
I'll say, Mr. Apple, I just want to be clear on what you're recommending as far as your priorities. Can you go back to that prioritization slide again?
While she's pulling it up, it's the stormwater program manager. It's the communications manager, the LTE, the limited time position, and then the police recruit. Where and the police recruit, again, it's kind of, to me, it's a no-brainer. It's already what we're expending. We're just identifying it so that we can do it in timing better.
Sure.
It's not like we can't get new police recruits. We can't just say, oh, I guess we're not going to have police on the streets today. We have to do this. It's just, so that's why I think I put it under critical, not because it's not critical, but because it's something we're going to do either way. I'd rather do it the right way and get it programmatically in our biennium review. But we're going to have to do police recruits as we have losses anyway. Either way.
Sure.
Just let's do it. The other 2 are vital to me. I think Steve needs help with this. Make sure that we're on top of things. If he's coming to me saying I need help with this, I think we really do.
Sure.
MS4 and ecology, man, we don't want to ever become non-compliant or have any sort of problems. And communications, we've all identified it. I think with an LTE for 2 years. I think those 3 I'm asking you to move on those now, and we can talk about the other ones as in a later time.
Okay. And let's say, I guess my only question is, the police clerk, I put in the same category to some extent as the police recruit. Again, a clerk will significantly offload our police officers from doing clerical type work, where right now obviously that gets spread around. And in my mind, that should be one of our, the police recruit and the police clerk should be our top priorities, again, along with the stormwater program manager.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is this is just a sort of 30,000-foot view from my position, and I think our staff we concur with it, but that doesn't mean that you see the words I used. I did that purposely. I'm going to be honest with you. I'll always be honest with you. I promise you that. If I think something's a good to have, I'm going to say it's a good to have.
Sure.
But none of these are good to haves. They're all, it's essential, it's critical, it's vital. You know, I'm doing that on purpose. We're doing this on purpose because we are really short, and we're making mistakes probably that we shouldn't make because we're undermanned and overworked. Not me. I'm just getting into this. This is me looking at an organization and saying, look, we are not hitting all cylinders as we should, as the people of Duvall deserve. You know, they're paying the taxes and we're in the black, and we need to make sure that we get ourselves back up to speed.
Councilmember McHenry.
I guess I just want to clarify. I mean, I feel like we've had some pretty good discussions so far and asked a lot of questions and given us a lot to think about. I saw this on the agenda as discussion. So, but you're asking potentially for a decision tonight? I mean, I was just thinking we were going to come back to this with some follow-up from some of the questions we asked.
Well, I thought the opportunity was to, you know, to be able to say, I didn't put this discussion. I thought, I wouldn't think that you would want to move on all 6 because there's no way that we're all going to be comfortable all 6. What I'm asking is if the council has a consensus that certain positions you have enough confidence that we just need to move ahead. There's no reason to talk about a position that you already are confident is valid. Then we'll continue discussions on the others. But the ones that we have consensus on, let's just move forward and then and take a vote. That's all I'm asking. I don't think it would be reasonable for me to say, let's vote on all 6. But if you have some, and it sounds like at least 2 or 3 of these are fairly good consensus among council, I think it behooves us to not just keep talking about them in conjunction with other ones that we're not as confident with.
Okay.
Or have some other options we want to look at.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying that. It's, you know, with the time it is, my brain's probably a little too foggy right now. I guess, you know, just to reiterate, you know, I see what you're saying about the police clerk. I felt pretty strongly about both police positions being very critical, in my opinion. So, you know, if we, you know, for me, I guess right now, I would say police recruit for sure then. I hear what you're saying about stormwater, but I still, you know, would want to hear a little more about some of the things we talked about when that was up on the slide. So.
And one thing to note, and it's not to say that a stormwater clerk shouldn't have a good portion of their funding come from stormwater, the stormwater fund, but general fund is also there to fund things that are not yet identified. Or, you know, general fund can pay for things like that when we have a positive balance on our general fund, which we do. And then that's there for a reason. So you don't have to say, well, wait, we have to increase our fee for this in order to pay for that position if we need the position. We do the position, we identify whether that needs to have a fee change or us to do the change with internally about, are we charging things correctly or not? You identify the need, and then you say, do we have the money in general to do it? Yes. Is it restricted funds that's not allowed to be used for that thing? In this case, no, general fund can fund it. We do have the general funds to support it. I would ask you to look at it as, you know, that's a back end question. How do we right size, or not right size, but place their, you know, their burden of their fees, or their burden of their the position cost, because I'm tired too, sorry. On whether it's a fee based or on general. I think that's a back end question to me. It's, do we need this? Is this something that the town, you know, the town as a whole needs and we're short of? That's a service that needs to be filled, and then and we have the money to fill it. How we organize that funding is sort of a secondary. That's sort of a second question. Does that make sense? I'm not trying to belittle anybody. I'm just saying, you know, we have the money, we can fund these. Are these valid? If they're valid, we should fund them.
So a question for Steve, if I can, for Director Lenashevsky. I think you said this, Steve, but I just want to make sure, which is going to have the biggest positive impact on your team if we're able to fill just one of the positions, the stormwater program manager or the assistant city engineer?
And again, I have said as priority number one, that is not my priority per se. I have included my staff in this. They're the ones who, Larissa and Sarah to the most extent, Mr. Fisher, they're the ones who deal with all of the bits and pieces of this role. And that is where they would prefer the priority be. And I'm totally on board with that. And, hearing other pieces of discussion tonight, I'm already looking at revenue, adjustments to expenses. Are things too high, too low? I don't want to cut anything per se that needs to get done, but if it can be reallocated accordingly, that's totally fine. I understand that on the council perspective, which is in process. So.
Okay, so Steve, which
Storm's our priority.
Storm's your priority. Okay. That's what I thought. Okay, good. Thank you.
Mayor Mike Remington. Mayor Mike Remington.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was on mute. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Thank you. I was a little confused as well. I'm not colorblind, but the colors and the words, and I realize, Mr. Opley, you were being very specific. I'm used to seeing a list like this, 1 through 6, our top priority. So anyway, maybe it's just the way my mind's working, and it's getting late. But what I heard is the top 3 that you're saying these, if we can move them forward, you'd like to, and that was storm communication and the PD recruit. Is that correct?
Yeah, and not just because that's sort of the top. I wouldn't say, I don't like putting in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because it seems like you can't pick one, and I don't want to take that prerogative away from the city council. If you have a prerogative that you think I want to fund the police clerk, that's in your prerogative because none of them are invalid. So I didn't want to put them in 1 through 6. But those are sort of in order of what I think are most important, what are most effective for the staff. And I felt, and I may be wrong, that was where we had the most consensus in most cases anyway. The police clerk would be the other one, which I think had fairly good consensus. That's why I also don't like to do 1 through 6, because like I said, if you feel that the police clerk is as valid as the police recruit, and you feel confident in funding that, there's no argument. We are behind on what we need to do in the police. So I guess the question is, do we have? You could almost go through and say, do you have confidence in this? Should we go ahead with this position, that position, this position, that position, and see, and ones that we just put on the table, put in the parking lot. I don't mean the long-term parking lot, the parking lot for in 2 weeks. If we think we have some good alternatives, we'll bring them up again. That's my suggestion.
Yeah. Well, and so I'll make my comment on it. I could support those 3. I don't know that would have been my choice, but I often defer to you and directors to be able to say, hey, this is what we think's vital. I get the storm. I think that it is a critical piece, and I think Steve needs help over there. I know that with the assistant city engineer, I think we could use that as well. But the reality is that some of that stuff we can farm out. The PD recruit, I think, is just a slam dunk in my mind. So I would fully support that. And then the communications, it's always tough because when you're trying to support administration, it's usually the last thing. Things go to things on the street, right? Taking care of parks and PD and fire, whatever else. But I understand the support we need, and I think that's vital for our citizens. So those 3 I could support. I think we need to come back and talk about the ARPA. It's tough because the money's there, and it's easy to say it's paying for itself, right? I don't need to take something else. But the idea that we spend $400,000, we only put $20,000 towards social services, a year. It is like 400. So we need to figure that out. And these other positions, I think we need a little more discussion on.
And like I said, that's kind of why I'm not trying to blow our own horn, but that's why we looked at it as being, we want to give you a sampler and say, what is reaching out to you? This is what we know will help us do our job better, but what sort of is ready for action, for the council tonight. If any, if you say, all 6, we want more, that's fair enough. But I think we can't wait too much longer because it's starting to affect, the staff.
Councilmember Naplin and then Councilmember Schaefer.
Okay, I'll try to be brief. Thank you. The stormwater program manager, if it's going to offload some work and we can see those in the budget, that there's some offsets in how the allocations are made, I can support that. If it's going to require a rate increase, then I need to know ahead of time what potentially that would be. And it looks like Steve's reworking some numbers. I would never be in favor of the general fund subsidizing an enterprise fund. It just goes against anything I would ever be supportive of. So we need to find a way for that fund to support itself. For the communications program manager, which is under vital, I see the need there, but I also see that was not a full-time job before to any stretch of the imagination. So what I'm looking at is we need that work to get done. Who's going to do it? How are we going to do this? I've been looking a lot at what other communities are spending their ARPA money on, or kind of dreaming about how they spend their ARPA money on. And one thing that I think would be eligible would be communications, economic development, tourism. Those feel like they kind of go together. And the one thing about the communications that you could argue would be ARPA related is we just purchased OpenGov. Now, OpenGov, I believe, has been something that they think is eligible for some of the COVID money because it's creating more accessibility online, all of these things. So if our communications person, if we did hire someone, could help us have a better online presence using the OpenGov platform, because I don't think we purchased a whole lot with OpenGov that I don't think we have the capacity to deploy and utilize properly. And a lot of it is just getting it up and running. So I think it would be reasonable perhaps to have a limited term employee, possibly funded by some ARPA funds, that could provide some of those, communications, events, economic development. It really feels like the type of person who needs to be a liaison with the community. Is that a possibility? Otherwise, I don't see a full-time communications manager at all. That just doesn't seem like a full-time position at a city of our size. I can't get behind it. I mean, Kent is like, their budget's like 40 times our budget. It's difficult for me we're a bedroom community versus a huge thriving business community that has all of that to manage. So it's not just about population, it's about that part. So that's my feel about the communications. I think that could be something we could potentially get going with ARPA funds. Maybe it could end up being a sustainable position. I don't like doing ongoing positions with ARPA funds, but it does feel like this could be something we could try out. I don't know. Just an idea. The police recruit, I'm on board with that. I'm not ready to look at the assistant engineer. The police clerk, I'm a little bit on the fence about, but yeah. So my stormwater program manager comes with some conditions. So that one I will support with conditions.
Anyone else? Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, and Chief DeBach, I'm going to put you, ask you to comment on the police clerk. I still feel strongly that the police recruit certainly is a top priority, but I also feel that the police clerk is a top priority for multiple reasons. But one that we talked about was essentially deloading our officers from doing clerical work so they can actually do other work that they're really better trained to do. Your thoughts on that?
I agree. And like City Administrator Opal has stated, I mean, these are all essential positions. We're just trying to present them in the best way possible. I mean, we do have only one person in our clerical office now. We did have a records manager and a clerk back in 2007, and then that position was cut in 2011, the records manager, and then our clerk was promoted in 2016. So we've been without a clerk for the past 5 years, and the duties of both those people have been falling on just one person, and they are falling behind. And whenever that person is on vacation leave or sick or, at training, those duties go to other staff members. And we have staff members currently, like Lieutenant Sabrin's working as our civil service secretary and chief examiner, and that's taking a tremendous amount of time, up to 14 hours a week to keep up with that work. So there is a lot of work that's being done by staff in regards to records retention, management, filing of the records. Those things are all being done by sergeants for the most part. We're going through evidence, which takes one of our officers away to do that with them, because there has to be witnesses whenever there's dealing with that. So that's hours at a time. We're going back to, probably 2011 just to go through all the evidence we have in our vault currently. So it's been taking a lot of time and effort to get through all what's in our vault right now. So yeah, we are using a lot of staff time to get that work completed, but it's necessary.
Yeah, and it is. Yeah, it is absolutely is necessary. It has to be done by someone. And your example of Lieutenant Sabrin doing that work is a great example. We could better use his skills elsewhere than than how he currently has to use that time. So I don't want to get us at an impasse here or anything, but I see different views by different council members as far as what our priorities are. The stormwater and I think the police recruit seems to be top of the list. In my mind, a police clerk would be next, but other people's minds, the communication managers next. So any suggestions that anyone would have, I'd like to hear as far as getting us past this little impasse here.
Councilmember Hogue and then Councilmember McHenry.
So I have a suggestion. I guess for me personally, I appreciate that you kind of prioritizing it. And I see the prioritization, but the two that I feel like I could vote on tonight comfortably would be the police recruit and the police clerk, because I feel that I don't feel comfortable voting on the stormwater till we get more questions answered, and the communications manager until we get more questions answered, and ARPA, of course. So to me, the police are like slam dunk in my eyes, but not, yeah. But I do feel that your prioritization is good. It's just I can't vote on those yet.
Yeah, I'll jump in now if that's okay, Mayor.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to go ahead and re-clarify. So to be really clear, and I don't know if this helps or not, it does sound like we're all slightly different on what we prioritize. For sure, the police recruit, the police clerk also for me. The stormwater, I would say, is second. It would go like police recruit, stormwater, but we did have some questions. I just want to, I get what you were saying. That's more of a back end conversation, and I respect that. I do just want to understand that a little bit more, but that's one I'm fairly comfortable with as long as we have that conversation. So police recruit, clerk, and the stormwater. I see the need for communications. It's very important, and I agree it's vital. It's hard because it's something that right now we don't have, and it's difficult to see it, and how that really would take shape and form. So I'm not quite there on the communications manager yet. Assistant city engineer would be a very close fourth for me at this point. And then of course, ARPA, it sounds like we just need to have some more discussion about what that would look like and how. So just wanted to re-clarify to make it very clear.
Thank you, Councilmember McHenry. And I'm just going to add, take a quick point of personal privilege on communications. I would highly suggest somebody reach out to that folks that have questions on how that looks, reach out to the current mayor of the city of Snoqualmie, who brought in his communications manager when they were a smaller size than us. And reach out to some other cities and other mayors and city administrators and managers if you're unsure of how that position would benefit our city and how it would fit in with the overall communications and responsibility of connecting with our community and providing them with information. Because I don't know at this point, in the last 10 years, I don't know of a single city that's cut a communications person, but only added. So I think that might be a benefit to those that have questions and are unsure on that position. So Councilmember Budnicki was next.
Yeah, I just want to restate that I'm in full support of Stormwater Program Manager, Communications Manager, Police Recruit. That is my final decision.
Councilmember McHenry.
Mayor, you said Snoqualmie, and what was the other? Did you mention another city to reach out to, or no?
Snoqualmie is one that I know of for sure. I was actually in Leadership Eastside with their communications director 10 years ago. So 10 years ago, they had a full-time communications director. I don't know if that was her title or not, but she handled all communications for the city, and they have at least one, if not two people now. And I'm not aware of any city that's cut any of their communications people. So I think that it would be a good exercise for folks to reach out to some other cities in their communications department. Our city administrator, of course, with this position, he reached out to folks to ask questions and look at what we have and our needs when coming forth with the position justification for this. And I think that if council wants to deep dive on this and really understand if it's a necessary position, that would be a good use of your time.
Super quick follow-up, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to, I do see the value in this position. I guess what I meant was, when I'm listing what I support right now in this moment, I'm thinking of what's going to help relieve staff the most right now. So I guess I'm thinking of what positions can we wait a little bit and talk a little more about. So I just want to make sure that people understood I do see the need for this position. It's just, what are we looking at right now?
Yeah, and I think especially for some of those cities that may have had the position come on board within the last decade, should be able to provide a little background on that. For example, I know that when I worked at Snohomish County, there was always somebody, communications in every department, that did the website updating and did all of that work. And there were PIOs and other folks, and of course that's a huge organization. But there is a special skill set and expertise. And I think that talking to some of those other cities will help inform and guide what it actually takes for departments to do that work on their own, especially if they're not the ones trained in that work. Right. Is there anything else in the budget amendments that folks are wanting to discuss this evening, or that Ms. Director Mason has on the docket?
Yes, Mayor, I did have some slides on the cost of living adjustments. If I could share those real quickly. I don't think it will take that long. So just real quickly, the cost of living adjustments. So for the Teamsters, so just as an introduction, the city, we had initially wanted to do a salary and benefit ordinance separate from the budget adjustments. But after discussion with the city attorney, he felt that it would be better if it was part of the budget adjustments rather than a separate ordinance. So that's why I provided additional information in the agenda bill. So per the collective bargaining agreement with the Teamsters, the cost of living adjustment for Teamsters employees would be 2.45% in 2022. For the Guild's collective bargaining agreement, the police guild, it would be 2.5. Lieutenants and sergeants have, for compression reasons, have traditionally had the same increase as the police guild. And then because of the way, and the non-represented employees have traditionally had the same cost of living adjustment as the Teamsters, but because of the way the COLA was given to non-represented employees halfway through the year, last year, it was a 1.75% more. So that has been reduced. So it would just be 0.7% for non-represented employees for 2022. And then just real quickly, changes to benefits, 5-point increase in regions for medical plans. That's the plan that most of the employees are on, and a 7.3% increase in Kaiser Permanente, a 10% decrease in Wilmette, and a 2% increase in Delta Dental. And that's Delta Dental is what most employees are on. And then the city has been paying 100% of dental benefits. So this just Duvall Municipal Code needs to be updated to reflect this. So that will be coming soon. And then we're asking if council would consider offering orthodontia benefits to non-represented employees. It's already included as part of the Teamster dental plan. The city pays 75% of police already, the police guild and other police employees. So the cost to the city would be $3.78 annually for employees with one dependent, and then $177.66 annually for employees with more than one dependent. And then we also wanted to discuss real quickly the issue of the police reserve officer. I spoke to the city attorney earlier today, and he thinks, so the city's police reserve officer has been paid for very specific duties as assigned by the police chiefs, such as Duvall days, tree lighting, summer stage, overtime for the Riverview School District, traffic control, running the pickle out there, and when we're representing the city as court officer, and then also assisting patrol officers with police transports. The budget already includes approximately $13,000 to cover the cost, but there's not an FTE in the budget for this officer. So, and then the Duvall Municipal Code actually says that police officers are voluntary only and they don't receive pay. So Duvall Municipal Code would need to be updated, and then we could, our city attorney's recommendation that we do add FTE, just a part-time employee to cover the duties of the police reserve officer. So this next steps for this is just to get direction from council on the COLAs for the non-represented. If you're in agreement with the 0.7 for non-represented and the 2.5 for the lieutenants and sergeant. If you're interested in providing the orthodontia benefit to non-represented employees, if you are okay with adding the police reserve officer FTE to the budget, and then any other direction or changes that you would like to see in the mid-biennial budget adjustments for this, for next, the next council meeting.
Is there any feedback or thoughts on help provide Director Mason with some direction? Councilmember Schaefer?
Okay, I am interested. I think these are positive things for our staff, and bring, things into a bit more equitable position between represented and non-represented employees. So I would be very interested in moving forward with these.
Thank you, council member. Councilmember McHenry.
I just want to say I agree with Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you. Anyone else? If there's any feedback, it'd be really helpful for our director and our city administrators as we move forward through the rest of this budget amendment process. Councilmember Hoag.
I'm in agreement as well.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Remington.
I also support moving forward with these, Mayor.
Thank you. So it appears that we do have a majority. So unless others would like to speak up on this, we will go ahead and move forward with that. So thank you, Director Mason, for bringing that up. I think while orthodontia is very small, it is a very important part of the healthcare system for our employees and their families. We obviously have a lot of employees that wouldn't be able to afford to live in our community, and wherever they do live, as we heard in some of, as we've learned, definitely our housing prices are in the region are becoming unaffordable. So any help that we can provide our employees to be able to fully take care of our families, the better. So thank you. And also a quick note that our CPI increases are very reasonable when the Seattle CPI, I believe, is 6.4%. So in the sense of our agreements and how we are actually increasing, our city is ahead of the curve compared to many other cities in having a balanced, stable increase year after year. So thank you. All right. Is there anything else, Director Mason?
No, not for that.
All right. Anything else for the budget?
No, not, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Councilmember Schaefer?
I was just going to ask, I thought we were going to try to move some of these the new positions forward tonight. Are we still going to do that?
I think it's up to council. There really doesn't seem to be consensus. So without consensus or any more clear direction, I think we are stuck at a point until we get to the next meeting.
Okay, well, let me ask a question to council then. Are there 2, 3, 4 of these positions that we could at least give a nod to or thumbs down to, either way, the positions we talked about, and perhaps give Kevin some guidance on how to move forward?
Councilmember McHenry?
To me, it sounded like the police recruit right now was the only one, I think, I could be wrong, that it sounded like most people agreed with as a top priority.
Okay, well, starting with the police recruit, then can we give a thumbs up, thumbs down? There's not an agenda bill on this, correct, on the individual positions?
No, Councilmember Schaefer, we are just trying to get some clear direction from council.
Exactly.
What we can put aside for now and what we need to continue discussions on.
Exactly. Okay, well, I suggest we start with the police recruit then.
All right. Well, why don't I go ahead and go through, actually, then in that case, pull up the slide, if that's how council would like to move forward. Be happy to pull up the slide and pull in members individually and get clarity in that manner. Thank you, Councilmember Schaefer. So Director Mason or I'm sorry, City Administrator, are you trying to bring it up?
Sorry, I closed it. Okay, here we go.
All right, I'm going to start at the top and go down to the bottom, or actually, no, I'll start at the bottom and go down to the top. And I want raises of hands in the air so that we can simply count the hands. So first off, please, and this is to say that you are okay with these in the budget. We're moving forward. They will remain in the budget, and we will discuss whatever ones do not have majority support. We'll have further discussion later. First off, police clerk. If you can keep your hands up, that would be great. So I have 1 or 2 for the police clerk. No others at this point. So that one will be discussed further later. Next up is assistant engineer. Hands up if you want this in the budget for sure at this point. Seeing no hands, moving forward to police recruit. I see 5 hands, 6 hands. So that will move forward and that will remain in the budget. And we should consider that a done deal at this point. Communications manager. I see 1 hand, so that will have further discussion. Next up is stormwater program manager. I see 5 hands, that's considered done. And then I think we already agreed to move to have further discussion on the ARPA program coordinator, so I won't waste time on that. All right, and then we will come back and discuss the other positions with more extent at the next meeting. And moving on, if we are done with budget, we'll move on to council reports. And I will just go in order of people on my screen and ask, oh, I'm sorry, Director Mason.
I think we still have the property tax.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're absolutely right. Thank you for that. So moving on to Agenda Bill 103B, Ordinance 2022 for the property tax levy for discussion. Director Mason.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, Dana Mason, Finance Director. Just real quickly, we'll go over the property tax calculation, the 2022 levy rate, then we'll have a city property tax example, and then go through the process. So the calculation, we went over this the last time, but it's simply the prior years to come up with this year's property tax levy. It's the prior year's levy less the relevy of refunds times 1%. And then the new construction levy, which is based on the last year's levy rate. And that gives your total levy limit factor. And then the relevy of prior year refunds, and that's your allowable levy. And then the city's total assessed value is divided by 1,000. And that gives you the number of thousands you need to divide your property tax by to come up with the levy rate. Our property tax, this is the rate from the other page, divided by the 1.833875 gives you a levy rate of 1.15684. And then this is just to show you that as the levy rate right here, this is where the city had its levy lift. But as the levy rate goes down, as assessed values go up. And then here's the property tax example. So this is from a home that was randomly picked in Duvall, built in 2022. It's 2,970 square feet on 11,700 square foot parcel. So the 2022 city levy would be at 2022 city levy with the 1% increase would be $955. And then that if the city chose not to take the 1%, the increase would be $946.40. So it'd just be $9.50, 15 cents less. And then just wanted to show you from 2017 to 2022, this specific property increased, the assessed value increased by 69.3%, but the property tax just increased by 18.1%. And I apologize for this slide. It's kind of hard to look at. But so we had our property tax hearing. We heard the public testimony. So there's discussion or action at this meeting, or we can move it to the next meeting and take action there. So the council just needs to decide if they would like to take the 1% or if they would like to leave it. And what would happen is it would become banked capacity that the city could use at a further date. So there's pros and cons to that. One of it's a little bit easier on a property tax payer to take the 1% every year because it just increases. As you saw, it changed their property taxes by $9.15, I think. There are some cities though that do bank the capacity and then they decide, hey, we need this money now. So it's a little bit of a harder hit to the property taxpayer.
Mhm.
So go ahead and stop and see if there are any questions.
If there are no questions, does council want to take action on this tonight or wait until the third touch at the next meeting? Councilmember Schaefer?
I suggest we wait on the third touch, not to put things off, but I think it's late enough that most of us aren't probably thinking as well as we could.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Schaefer. And I see some head nods and that's just fine. It's not uncommon for the property tax to go to the third touch in every budget year. So moving on, we will go to council reports. So I will go in order of my screen. So first off, Councilmember Schaefer, did you have anything to report to the group?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Councilmember Naplin?
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Councilmember McHenry?
No report.
Councilmember Hoag?
No report, but I did want to thank you for bringing all of the budget adjustments to us early on in the process and not waiting till, late in the year so that we'd have time to talk about it. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Brodnicki?
No report.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem Remington? You're on mute, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have, I'd ask you to just be patient with me. I know it's 11 o'clock, but you'll understand as I talk through this. I've got three things and then a personal note. So I think we all realize sometimes our working relationships aren't working as well as we'd like to with council, with the mayor, and more infrequently with staff. And to me, it's real simple. We're just not working as closely as a team. We've made some strides, I think, at some of our meetings. We certainly had the Colby to help take a look. So why am I even bringing it up? I'm bringing it up because I talked to council members, the mayor and staff. I hear comments like, I'm in a lot of stress. I'm worn out. I'm tired of conflict. Some of the comments get way too personal. Why am I doing this? We've lost some council members over the years. And so it's kind of a cloud that's there, and we work through it. We're professional. We care about our city. We care about each other, but it's still there. And I think we need to move past that. So I'm going to recommend that council select and approve having a consultant come in. Cities do this all the time. We can work on communications and we can work on teamwork. I think that would be a help. This isn't trying to fix any one person. All of us could use this, and cities do this all the time. And usually once or twice a year they have a retreat. We did that with Colby, and I think that would help. The second item, we've already begun talking about process and how to improve things. We talked about our agendas, formats, trying to streamline things and help us out with council. And specifically, I want to mention the long-range financial plan. Everybody wanted that. Everybody on council, the mayor, staff was excited about it, and we weren't able to get that done. And I think we need to bring that back at a cow and just chat about it, not to find fault with anybody. I think that would be a mistake, but just to say it didn't work. We're going to bring it back, hopefully early in the year. And the idea is, what do we need to do to be able to work that out? Do we need to change the RFP? We need council members on there to select things. Whatever it is, we need to work through that so that we can get it right the next time and not be spinning our wheels. The third item, and I'm going to ask you to be patient with this one, and I would just ask that you listen carefully, mostly because it means a lot to me. So tonight is my last night on council. And I'll say it again, tonight's my last night. I realize some of you will be a little befuddled. Some might be disappointed. Some might even be angry. And the reason this is important to me, I felt like I needed to do something to really help get folks' attention. Also, I think we're really kind of at the point where we are going to lose really good folks. It could be folks on council. It could be vital folks at the city. And I've been around long enough, and I know that folks are taking a look to see other jobs they could take. I've taken a chance to talk to some of those left the city. And while we think, gee, was it, the COVID and all that stuff, but most of them were just tired. They were just worn out. And they said, I need to make a change for my health. So for all those reasons I mentioned at the beginning, and I can't change anybody, we can change ourselves. We can work hard to make a change in how we approach things. And this, I don't mean to be mean, but I just want to be upfront. Sometimes I see bad behavior with council members. Sometimes I've seen it with the executive branch, with the mayor, and on occasion, even with staff. And I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. We all have to take a look at ourselves. I like the way the Bible puts it. You need to take the log out of your own eye before you try to take the speck out of somebody else's eye. Sometimes we have disagreements, good discussions, there's no problem. But many times I've watched, well, not many, but there are times, and this is uncomfortable for everybody, where we almost get into an argument and people walk on top of each other. So anyway, we need to follow Robert's Rules of Order and just be respectful of each other. We can disagree. We can even have good, debates about stuff. But if the only way for us to move forward is you lose so I win, or I lose so you win, we all lose. So compromise isn't a bad word. It doesn't mean you don't get what you want and I don't get it. It just means that we work together to say, I can live with that. And always, I pray that we are looking very closely at what's best for our citizens. So, and we can have strong feelings, but I think we just have to be careful. Sometimes I've seen where we appoint motives to people. Well, you're doing that because of this. And I think we have to get away from that. When we assign motives to people, if we haven't talked to them and worked through, it just sours how we feel and how we react. And I think we need to get away from that. If you watch the Supreme Court, they ask questions all the time. Rarely, they listen. And when they ask, they don't assign motives, and everybody listens to their questions. It's critical because, and they don't argue, they ask a question. There's nothing wrong. All of us, what do we call it? Fact finders. Every one of us is a fact finder. And that is an outstanding quality for city council members. We have to understand what's going on. But sometimes the way we ask questions, it's almost like we're angry, and it's hard when we're passionate, but I think we need to be really careful with that. One of the big things here is workload. Every time if there's 7 of us, if we just have one question and we call and ask a director a question, or now we're funneling these through Mr. Oppel or through the mayor, that's 7 questions, and it stops things. And I'm going to give you an example. In Bellevue, I had one city council member at a meeting ask me a question. And after the meeting, the city manager says, Mike, you got it? I said, I got it. I took 3 staff. We spent almost 40 hours, each of us 40 hours together, putting stuff together. And I told the city manager, we're ready to go. And we got all the research, slides are put together. And he said, great, see you on Monday. And the next day he called and said, I just had lunch and, with council at a work session. And they said, I brought it up to him and I said, Mike's ready to go. And they said, we kind of moved past it. We're fine. Everything's good. And that was it. I'm sharing that example just because, was it a waste of time? No, we just moved on. It's just the way it is. But that's what happens. They take it seriously and they're getting all this. And I think we have to be careful because we are trying to, make sure that we don't burn people out. So I don't know if you're frustrated with me or even angry because I bring it up, but I care about you. And I think this stress and things, we're in COVID, we're busy in life, things don't work perfectly, but we have to care about each other. We have to be patient with each other. And in all honesty, I don't see that things are actually going to change. And I honestly believe we're going to lose folks. I also believe that we can change that. And, we, understanding it or not, are employers. And we have to create a great work environment so people feel appreciated. And, and we have a tough job and we have to ask questions. I'm not blaming us for doing that, but I think it's how we approach things. So I know some folks may not still understand, but I'm very sincere about it. A lot of the advice I got, folks said, you can't go changing folks, Mike, but you can make a statement. So I'm just simply trying to help folks take it seriously. You are worth it, and our community is worth it. Finally, I mentioned a personal note. Please don't assign anything else to this. I love doing this. I enjoy working with every one of you. I've enjoyed our conversations. I'm a debater in life, so I enjoy kind of talking about these things, but we have to show more care for each other. And as I'm leaving council, I just want to tell you, I really want to recognize my wife, Sue. Most anything I've done in my life, I've just had so much incredible support. And most anything I've accomplished is because Sue's been here supporting me and allowing me to do this. If you took everything in my life that I've accomplished, wrapped it up, put a big bow on it, a big rose, and shined a light on it, it would pale in comparison to what Sue does. The impact she has on our family, neighbors, and the community far out exceed anything I do. So as much as I'm going to miss this and being with you, it's that important to me. And all I'm asking is that you please take it seriously and say, we need to simply work on this. You're worth it. Our staff is worth it. We're not bad people. There's a lot going on. But I think that every single one of us, including me, I think I could have done a much better job at times. This also provides you with, somebody new as Mayor Pro Tem, and there's some great folks in our city in the wings that are ready to fill these spots. Both, I think we've when we filled it with Councilmember Schaefer, there were 2 other folks that were just, and there's folks are still interested. No one's going to remember Mike Remington in a year, but and you're going to replace me in the next month, and it'll be fine. But if we don't work on the relationships, because we are neighbors together, and that's what I hope we work on. Sue and I aren't going anywhere. We're still here in town, I've already been asked about, if I leave. And by the way, the only people I've talked to are you as council and staff. This morning, out of respect, I called the mayor, and I also talked to Mr. Oppel so that they had a heads up, and I asked them not to talk to anybody else. I'm so sorry at the end of the night to do this. But I think, this was the only way I knew to try to pull everybody together. You could say, Mike, you can do a lot better job if you stayed. But I honestly believe if I stayed, we probably wouldn't see anything change. And hopefully we'll all take this seriously. You are an incredible group. You are smart. You care about the community. And I have absolute confidence that we can work hard. I also have a lot of confidence in Mr. Oppel. He is a straight shooter, so he may not always tell you exactly what you want to hear, but he is a doer. He is that Wild West horse. You might have to just ride it really hard and work with it, but that horse gets everything done. And if you will allow him, he is a quick learner. He has an incredible amount of experience. And even though you might not agree with everything, that's pretty common. I hope you'll give him a real chance. He is already spending a ton of time with staff. And if you haven't called yet to try to line up a time, please do. I had a chance to sit with him, and I really appreciated that. So on behalf of Sue and I, thank you. And thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
By the way, you don't need to make any comments. That's not why I'm here. I just, I think you know where my heart is, and I think we know what we need to do. It's not an easy path being a council member, or mayor, or staff member. So, Mayor, I'm more than happy to go ahead and call it a night here, so everybody can take a rest and just think about things. And obviously, you're all welcome to call or ask questions, or if you're not happy, you can tell me that too. It's not going to offend me. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay.
Thank you for being a friend, a mentor, and colleague.
Oh, you're welcome.
And to Mike's request, unless there are objections, we will adjourn. And thank you, Mike.
Okay. Good night, everyone.